ndoto zake. Jambo la tano, asitangaze mfalme Herode. Jambo la kwanza, mtoto auawe. Jambo la pili, isitwe jina lake. Jambo la tatu, mpango wake. Jambo la nne, ndoto zake. Jambo la tano, kazi mfalme Herode.
DJ Joe Kim, the DJ who conquers your stereo with cool mixes.
Kujua aliyezaliwa Simba wa Yuda, kujua jina lake moto ulao, kujua mwanaume Yesu mfalme wa ulimwengu. Kujua aliyezaliwa Simba wa Yuda, kujua jina lake moto ulao, kujua mwanaume Yesu mfalme wa ulimwengu. Herode, mwambie Herode,
mimi hautoniweza.
Mwambie nalindwa na Yesu,
mimi hautoniweza.
Mwambie Herode, mama,
mimi hautoniweza.
neno yako na vitisho vyako,
mimi hautoniweza.
Mwambie ninaye Simba wa
mimi hautoniweza.
neno yako sio bunduki kwangu,
mimi hautoniweza.
Mwambie Herode, mama,
mimi hautoniweza.
Mwambie
mimi hautoniweza.
Mafarisayo wale waandishi walimleta mwanamke ili ahukumiwe. Mafarisayo wale waandishi walimleta mwanamke ili ahukumiwe. Wakamleta kwa Yesu ili atoe hukumu, kwa sababu alifanya dhambi ya uzinzi. Wakamleta kwa Yesu ili atoe hukumu, kwa sababu alifanya dhambi ya uzinzi. Wakamwambia Yesu, katika Torati ya Musa alitamuru tumpige mawe mpaka kufa. Wakamwambia Yesu, katika Torati ya Musa alitamuru tumpige mawe mpaka kufa. Ndipo Yesu kainama kichwa chini, kaandika kwa kidole chake maandishi ya mbinguni. Ndipo Yesu kainama kichwa chini, kaandika kwa kidole chake maandishi ya mbinguni. Alipojinua Yesu akauliza Mafarisayo, yeyote asiyena dhambi awe wa kwanza. Alipojinua Yesu akauliza Mafarisayo, yeyote asiyena dhambi awe wa kwanza. Waliposikia hivyo, kila mmoja akahukumiwa moyoni, kumbe wote wametenda dhambi. Mmoja mmoja, wawili wakaulizana, mwisho wote kila mmoja na njia yake. Mmoja mmoja, wawili wakaulizana, mwisho wote kila mmoja na njia yake. Yesu akamuuliza yule mwanamke, wako wapenzi wako, mbona tena siwaoni? Yesu akamuuliza yule mwanamke, wako wapenzi wako, mbona tena siwaoni?
1 2. Check 1 2. Yes. Check. 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 Mic check. Check. Check 1 2. Yes. Check 1 2.
DJ Jokim the Conqueror.
Lunax Entertainment.
Mtoto wetu nakupenda sana, Mungu akubariki. Mwanetu Mungu amekuchagua, ndio maana uko hapo. Mtoto wetu nakupenda sana, Mungu akubariki. Mwanetu Mungu amekuchagua, ndio maana uko hapo. Mungu ametubariki, tumekupeleka shule, oh mwanetu. Mungu ametujalia, kwa uchache huo umesoma, oh mtoto wetu we. Elimu uliyopata iwe faida kwa wengine, oh mwanetu. Uzima ulio nao utukufu kwa Mungu Baba, oh mwanetu we. Elimu uliyopata iwe faida kwa wengine, oh mtoto wetu we. Uzima ulio nao utukufu kwa Mungu Baba, oh mwanetu. Kufanikiwa kwako uwe baraka kwa wazazi wako, oh mwanetu. Kufanikiwa kwako uwe baraka kwa wazazi wako, oh mwanetu. Isiwe majuto kwa jamii inayokuzunguka kwa sababu ya elimu yako, mwanetu. Isiwe mateso kwa wale wasiojiweza, wajali wengine, mwanetu. Isiwe majuto kwa jamii inayokuzunguka kwa sababu ya kipato chako, mwanetu. Isiwe mateso kwa wale wasiojiweza, oh mtoto wetu, oh, mtoto wetu we. Kwa faida yako na jamii, Sahau Muumba wa faida yako na jamii. Elimu faida yako na ulimwengu. Heshimu baba na mama kwa faida yako na jamii. Popote uendapo kwa faida yako na jamii. Mafanikio yako kwa faida yako na jamii.
It's DJ Joakim the Conqueror, Blue Max Entertainment.
Hapo mwanzo palikuwa kuna neno, na huyo neno alikuwa kwa Mungu. Hapo mwanzo palikuwa kuna neno, na huyo neno alikuwa kwa Mungu. Naye neno alikuwa ni Mungu. Pasipo yeye hakikufanyika chochote. Naye neno alikuwa ni Mungu. Pasipo yeye hakikufanyika chochote.
Hello, Faye. 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 Faith.
Yes, I'm here.
Shole. Shole. Tunamwona hapa. Shole. Hata njaribu kwa mute. Faye, I can see you. Karibu Faye, karibu. Shole, weka kamera. Shole, weka kamera. Faye, unasikia music kwa background?
Job na
Faye, kama unasikia, hebu raise mkono yako.
wamesema subira vuta heri, wengi nimesikia uvumilivu ula mbivu, wengi wamesema subira vuta heri, tena nimesikia uvumilivu ula mbivu.
Usinione nikiimba, tazani ninayo furaha, kumbe ninayo huzuni moyoni. Muziki alivyo na nguvu ulimwenguni kote, hata makanisani wanaimba kwaya kwa kuomba Mungu, kuabudu Mungu, kwa kumsifu Mungu. Hata kukiwa sherehe za serikali, mbele ya mwenyekiti kuhutubia, ni muziki unaanza kuwakusanya watu. Kumbuka Paulo na Sila walimba gerezani, Mungu amewasikia. Kumbuka Musa alimba muziki wa aina yake kuwakomboa wana Israeli walioko tumwani katika nchi ya Misri. Ukiwa na sherehe utaimba nyimbo na furaha, ukiwa na tabu utaimba nyimbo za masikitiko, ukifa leo utapelekwa kaburini na nyimbo za maombolezo. Ni muziki pekee ulio na nguvu, itawakusanya wabaya na wazuri siku ya mwisho. Mungu akitoa.
But have you tried logging in? You could try to log in the receipt one. Try logging in there.
Kama mziki ni uni, kwa nini unanunua kaseti? Kama mziki ni uni, kwa nini unaomba nyimbo redioni? Kama mziki ni uni, kwa nini unanunua rekodi? Kama mziki ni uni, kwa nini unacheza muziki we? Kama mziki ni uni, kwa nini unafanya cocktail show? Kumbuka siku ya mwisho ikifika, utakuwa mulio moja wa parapanda. Utawakusanya wateule wote walioteuliwa katika pembe za dunia, siku ya mwisho Mungu akitoa hukumu. Hata kwa Mungu malaika wanaimba, oh, muziki asili yake wapi? Muziki ni wa nani? Muziki hatuna mwenyewe, muziki ni mwito, muziki ni fundisho, muziki maombolezo, kilio. Usinione nikiimba, ukazani ninayo furaha, kumbe ninayo huzuni moyoni. mateso kilio, usinione nikiimba, utazani ninayo furaha, kumbe ninayo.
Tabia zako zimeshakupata mke na watoto wamekimbia, tulikukanya chunga heshima yako, mke na watoto wako nyumbani, ndiyo hazina ya maisha yako. Amigo, amigo, wakati tunakupa ushauri, uliona sisi watu fitina, twaingilia mambo yako ya ndani, na kwamba tukwache kama ulivyo, sababu wewe bingwa wa maisha. Amigo, amigo, thamani ya mke ni mavazi, kula vizuri, kulala vizuri, ndiyo siri ya kudumisha ndoa, mtaishi kwa raha. Amigo, watoto wako wapeleke shule kwa manufaa yao ya baadaye. Elimu ndiyo zawadi muhimu kwa watoto wako. Amigo, badala yake mambo yote hayo kwa mkeo imekuwa ni ndoto, maisha yake ya kubahatisha na kazi unafanya. Amigo, yamechoka mwisho kakimbia, umebaki kulaumu mwenzio, lawama zako hazina msingi, embeleza mke wako rudie. Amigo, amigo, wewe ni rafiki yetu, jirekebishe familia yako mke ni mavazi, kula vizuri, kulala vizuri, ndiyo siri ya kudumisha ndoa, mkaishi kwa raha. Amigo, watoto wako wapeleke shule kwa manufaa yao ya baadaye. Elimu ndiyo zawadi muhimu kwa watoto wako. Amigo, badala yake mambo yote hayo kwa mkeo imekuwa ni ndoto, maisha yake ya kubahatisha na kazi unafanya. Amigo, yamechoka mwisho kakimbia, umebaki kulaumu mwenzio, lawama zako hazina msingi, embeleza mke wako rudie. Majirani na rafiki tulishakufanya sana. Amigo, heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako wape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna amana, tukwache kama ulivyo. Amigo, sababu wewe ni bima wa maisha, mahari umeshalipa. Amigo, mkeo una habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubingwa wako na mke amekukimbia. Majirani na rafiki tulishakukanya sana. Amigo, heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako wape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna amana, tukwache kama mulimu wa migo, sababu wewe ni bima wa maisha, mahali umeshaliwa migo, mgeo una habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubimba wako na mge amekukimbia ye. Majirani na rafiki tulishakukanya sana amigo, heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako wape heshima, shemeji zako shauri wetu amana, tupache kama ulingo amigo, sababu wewe ni bima wa maisha, mahali umeshaliwa leo na habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubimba wako na mke amekukimbia ye.
Senanwai, Kamala Kimusula. Anna and Joseph, young man. She did wrong man, it's a young man.
Kau langgar suruh mani sangka bahasa yang aduan.
Mana kuanja mongo, alala nambe, mana indana European. Ini sama ni konsolo. Nanti stereo siramu alala Dennis Simbai. Dennis siramu. Dennis Kakonyokan. Bye. And I'm a short man. Man, I should have walked. Makoha. Hala no kuri na kwende bi wanjala. Nina jenge juko moyo.
Bwana samadi na katate ya wezi.
kalara unga iwa ya mpaka na batorowa
Awoi wo ushibulanganiko mama woye wa ya mpaka na batoro
Ezende bi kalara ushibulanganiko kalara unga iwa ya mpaka na batoro
Awoi wo ushibulanganiko mama woye wa ya mpaka na batoro
Ezende bi ayuma ushibulanganiko ayuma unga iwa ya mpaka na batorowa
Awoi wo ushibulanganiko mama woye wa ya mpaka na batoro
Ezinde bi katenje ushibulanganiko katenje unga iwa ya mpaka na batorowa
Awoi wo ushibulanganiko mama woye wa ya mpaka na batoro
Katinde mwana mugana katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli bunyala katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli shinyalu katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli buyaka katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli sekala katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli kayeka katinde
Garangarani.
moja kwa moja
Garangarani.
mbili kwa mbili
Garangarani.
tatu kwa tatu
Garangarani.
nane kwa nane
Garangarani.
11
Garangarani.
14
Garangarani.
Katinde noli buyoka katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli mumbeza katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli isheyi katinde
Garangarani.
Katinde noli ireo katinde
Garangarani.
moja kwa moja
Garangarani.
mbili kwa mbili
Garangarani.
ine kwa ine
Garangarani.
sita kwa sita
Garangarani.
nane kwa nane
Garangarani.
11
Garangarani.
12
Garangarani.
14
Garangarani.
Baraka nyingi, baraka twahitaji, tumepokea kiasi, bali twataka nyingi.
Kutakuwa na baraka, hilo ni neno lake. Kutakuwa na faraja, Bwana hutoa kwake.
Baraka nyingi, baraka twahitaji, tumepokea kiasi, bali twataka nyingi.
Kutakuwa na baraka, ufufuo twataka, kwa mabonde na milima, Mungu anyeshe mvua.
Baraka nyingi,
hizo tunahitaji,
baraka twahitaji,
toka kwake.
tumepokea kiasi, bali twataka nyingi.
Baraka zake Bwana,
Baraka nyingi,
hizo zina majuto.
baraka twahitaji,
Tumepokea
kiasi, bali twataka nyingi.
Come on! Oh, yeah. Come on! Bring it back. Unijenge Bwana.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Yesu unijenge Bwana.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Nataka niishi nawe.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Nataka niwe nawe.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Imani yangu kwako.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Imani yangu kwako.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Kwako sitingizikie.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Kwako sihangaikie.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Maisha yangu kwako.
Unijenge kwa mwamba. Unijenge kwa mwamba. Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Siondoki Baba.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Sitingizikie.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Salama kwako.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Maisha yangu nawe.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Kidogo unajua nilikuwa niko hapo nje, tulikuwa tunaona kama anatengeneza vitu kwa nje. Hapa naumia. Ndio hivi nimeshawadimit wote. Stress. Unasema nini kama hivi?
Yesu usiniache.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Usiniache.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Bebe uwe nami Baba.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Uwe nami yawe.
Unijenge kwa mwamba. Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Ombi langu Baba.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Timiza ombi langu yawe.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Timiza ombi langu.
Unijenge kwa mwamba.
Oh yes. Ni moto
Check.
Hey, Akimungu wewe, hey. Sunday.
Check.
Ameniita niombe, ameniita niombe, ameniita niombe, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Aliniita kwa jina, akanitoa dhambini, akaniweka nilipo mimi, Baba yangu ni mwema.
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Ameniweka nilipo, amenifanya nilivyo, jinsi nilivyo mimi ni neema ya Bwana.
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Nikiimba wapone, nikihubiri wapone, utukufu si wako mimi, utukufu ni wake Baba.
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Ameuponya ukimwi, ameiponya saratani, hakuna limushindayo, Baba yangu ni mwema.
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Amenipa uzima, amenifanya nisimame, kama si huyu Yesu mimi ningekuwa wapi?
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Amenipenda nilivyo, nilikuwa sifai, machoni pa watu, Baba Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Roho ni mwema, Mungu wangu ni mwema.
Check. 1.
Najua Bwana atatenda, najua Bwana atatenda, hata kama imechukua muda. Najua Bwana atatenda, najua Bwana atatenda, najua Bwana atatenda, hata kama imechukua muda. Najua Bwana atatenda. Umeomba sana ewe ndugu yangu na dada yangu, umefunga sana na kuomba ewe ndugu yangu na dada yangu, umelala mlimani, umekesha kanisani, hapana jambo linaloonekana maishani mwako. Usikate tamaa, usife moyo, atatenda Bwana kwa wakati wake. Najua Bwana atatenda, atatenda Bwana atatenda. Mimi najua kama imechukua muda. Najua Bwana atatenda. Ulioanza nao wameinuliwa, umebaki pale uking'ang'ana. Ulisoma nao wameinuliwa, umebaki pale uking'ang'ana. Zidi na kuomba, usiache ibada. Wakati wako ukifika mpendwa, utainuliwa, usife moyo. Najua Bwana atatenda, atatenda Bwana atatenda, hata kama imechukua muda. Mimi najua Bwana atatenda. Israeli walisubiri kwa miaka mingi watoke kwa Farao, mateso mengi na kazi ngumu bila chakula, lakini Bwana kawakumbuka, kawatoa huko hadi Kanani. Wakati wako ukifika mpendwa, utainuliwa, usife moyo. Najua Bwana
Check 1, 2.
Itabidi uende mpaka huko mbele.
Hello, our invited guests, all our esteemed customers, and my colleagues, good morning. Indeed, this morning, we are really humbled as Kakamega County Water Company that you could get time to come and be with us on this special occasion. So I want to welcome everybody to Kakamega County and specifically to Kacwasco. Would like to start off, sorry for the delay, but we'll try to manage the time well. So we'd like to start off this function with a word of prayer, and I would like to request a volunteer to pray for us. Thank you. Oh, I should introduce myself. My name is Mary Mariga, the Customer Service and Public Relations Manager. Karibuni. Any volunteer, please?
Tuombe. Baba na Mungu wetu, Mungu mkuu uishi milele sote, uliye bege tumaini na nguvu zetu, uliye sababu ya uhai na hata mipango tuliyo nayo kwa leo. Tunakushukuru, tunakuinua kwa sababu wewe pekee ni Mungu ambao unastahili kuabudiwa na kuinuliwa. Umetukusanya hapa chini ya uongozi mwema wa kampuni yetu. Ruhusu tunapoanza hii kikao, ukae na mkurugenzi mkuu na viongozi wote Bwana ambao unatumwa chini yake, na kila mmoja, kwa sababu tumekongamana hapa viongozi kutoka ngazi mbalimbali za kaunti yetu ya Kakamega. Uturehemu, tuongoze na kikao hiki kilete mibaraka nyingi, si tu katika kampuni na kaunti yetu ya Kakamega, ila maishani mwetu. Asante kwa neema yako, tuongoze tangu sasa mpaka mwisho. Ukumkumbuke pia na gavana wetu wa kaunti hii na uongozi wote ambao uko chini yake, kwa sababu ni katika jina la Bwana wetu Yesu tumeomba.
Thank you so much, Pastor. I would now like to have a round of introduction, and we'll start off from, I think, that corner. And kindly, as we organize to get, fine. Yeah, you'll just say your name. You'll say where you're from and what organization you are representing. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Masiana Ayeko. I come from Lugari. I've come as a customer. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Sylvester Miheso. I'm representing the business community.
My name is Wycliffe Kibisu, the chairman of the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
All, my name is Adorin Odinga from
Morning all. Eliud Mohanga, representing businessmen of Moranda Market.
Morning, everybody. My name is Americo Struma from Navafolo sub-town, presenting customers.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Atea Cuthbert, representing St. Agnes Girls.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Naftali Nyongesa. I'm a customer and representing religious organization, particularly Seventh-day Adventist Church, Kakamega.
Morning, everyone. I'm Nelly Cheroben, City Area Administrator in Maraba A, Shewe Ward. Thank you.
Morning, all. I'm Valerie Nduku, Community Area Administrator, CBD, Shewe Ward, Mrambi County.
Ndakusalimu katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Mchaboni wote. Kwa majina Paul Kisiangani, consumer, Malava sub-town. Thank you.
Good morning, all.
Morning of what heard of it. I'm Jack of Water, Sergeant at Arms, Kakamega Consent.
Good morning, all. I'm Chiti Newton Mayula, Community Area Administrator for this area. Share your word.
Morning, all. Andala Administrator Lurambi. Thank you. Also consumer.
Morning of what heard of it. Jack of Water.
All. Karen Awinda, Administrator Uchende, share your word.
Morning, all.
Morning, all. David Thomas, Administrator Mamba Share Ward Primary School.
Good morning, all. My name is Walter Kenya Nyanga, Community Area Administrator in the Leading Council. Thank you. Good morning. I'm also Secretary for Ministry of Education.
Morning. Regular Onyango, County, representing Water Action Group. Jambo.
Morning, everyone. My name is John from the Kakamega County Assembly Committee on Water Market.
Morning, everyone. My name is Job Ouma. I work with Kacwasco as area manager, Shinyalu.
Tawavuka technicians. Tunajua mko busy. So tuendelea. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alfred.
Morning, all. Lama, St. Mary Premier Girls.
Sorry, tunarudi nyuma kidogo mzee, tulia. Asante.
Morning, everybody. My name is Idi Osundwa, working with Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company, area manager, Kakamega area.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Orondo Bush, manager.
Morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Omito, working with Kacwasco. I'm the acting head of procurement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynette Wasaba, in charge of Human Resources and Administration from Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Religio Menda, consumer from Kipkaren, Makanda. As well, I'm representing sub-county water officers in Kakamega County.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Buluma. I'm a lecturer at Masinde Muliro University, but I've come in as a consumer from Milimani. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robinson Yampundo, representing you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everyone. I'm Tobosa Esther, representing institution called Prosinjira Secondary.
Good morning. I'm CPA Hui Ramadan, Ward Administrator Shirere and Shewe, also representing consumers in those regions. As you can see, all those administrators, they all receive so many issues from consumers. So when they're here, they'll have to reduce almost 60% of the issues. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mrs. Manyonge Mary, Kacwasco board member.
Good morning. I'm Mrs. Jane Mipei, member of Kacwasco from Nandi.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Makoha. I'm a member of the board of Kacwasco. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Honorable Kadimera, Chairperson, Environment, Water, Natural Resources, Forestry, and Climate Change in the County Assembly.
Good morning. I'm called Joseph Maloba. I'm board member, also the chief officer in charge of water. Welcome.
County government, CEC in charge of water and environment. We await the arrival of His Excellency the Governor. Everybody is gathering. Feeling a little uneasy. There's a tendency now, every time I visit home, for us to stand and say a prayer. But prayer is anchored in the word. I think we need to understand that given our current circumstances in this country and in the world, today I'm alive, tomorrow I am not. It is very important for us not to be seen to be just efficient in prayer, but really to submit ourselves to God for giving us another day to live like today. So I would like to thank God. And maybe when I have time, I'll have reference to the word of God, because we are not special, but we are living today. And it is only through God's grace that we move forward. But on behalf of Kacwasco, we want to thank you for honoring the invitation and coming for this very important meeting that is a constitutional requirement. Public participation. We want to capture your views. We want to tell us how we are working and how we can improve our service to our people of Kakamega. So thank you so much. My name is Laban Ayiro, the chairman of this company. Thank you.
Mjambo wote, Lati Wangia, katika county government ya Kakamega, na mnakaribishwa. Hii ni jambo la kisheria na la muhimu, tushughulikie vile inavyotakikana. Asante.
Thank you so much, everyone, and especially our chair, Professor. for those remarks. Out now. Yes, I want to start from that end. Continue. Thank you. And just for the sake of our health, we have the washrooms behind here. Then also, I think there's still some breakfast for those who didn't have. So in case you didn't have breakfast, you're free to just walk to the other corner there. You'll be served something. Thank you. Let's continue the introductions.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kundu from Mumias Loreco. I am a director of Kacwasco and chair board and audit committee. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Edwin Bukwe, the acting CEO, Kakamega County Rural Water and Sanitation Company. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elsa Shilewa, head of technical services at Kacwasco.
And now I will invite our CEO to introduce himself, and then he'll also introduce our regulators, and then he will give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Umeamka salama. Majina naitwa Mhandisi Abdulkadir Mohamed, mkurugenzi mkuu wa kampuni la Kacwasco. I welcome you all to this important occasion from all corners of the county. Waziri here, the chairman of the board, the chief officer, and the board members, plus our consumers. Karibuni sana. Before I talk much, probably I give opportunity to our regulator. I'm hearing echo. Is it okay? You can hear me well. To our regulator, WASREP, introduce themselves. They will be able to make their remarks later on. So this is just for introduction. We need to give them the mic. They're representing the CEO, Water Service Regulatory Board. Karibuni sana, Bwana Cheriot and Albert.
Thank you very much, CEO Kacwasco, stakeholders of Kacwasco. Habari za asubuhi. Najua tumekuja mwisho. Sio kwa sababu tuko special, lakini just because I think the CEO wanted to appreciate the role that WASREP has in this process. Tuko wawili, tumetoka idara inaitwa Water Services Regulatory Board, WASREP, na nafikiri tutawajulisha hapo mbeleni kidogo kazi yetu ni nini. Mimi naitwa Richard Cheroyot, representing the CEO WASREP, but currently the director in charge of monitoring and enforcement. I'm with a colleague here, and I would want him to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Albert Ochodo. I'm a tariff officer with the WASREP. Thank you very much.
We'll also give opportunity to our stakeholders who are online. I'm informed the chairman of WASREP is online, and some consumers. The legal officer of Kacwasco is also online. Probably they can introduce themselves. We start with the chairman, Honorable Irungu. I'm also informed the governor is coming in shortly. Can you hear us, Honorable Irungu? Okay. Chairman, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Thank you. You can't hear him, eh? Anybody else online who can introduce themselves as we wait for the chairman? Hitilafu ya mitambo, tukuwe na subra kidogo.
Maybe I can start by introducing myself. Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Hello, we are getting you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christabel Ashono. I'm the Principal Legal Officer and Board Secretary for Kacwasco.
As they introduce themselves, as the network has been looked at, probably one or two house rules. In front of you, we have a gift bag, which has some contents inside. And if you look at it carefully, we have a small flyer. That flyer is about our latest, it's called Water Mobile, where you can use that USSD code
to check your account balances and also how to pay your bills. We have pay bill number 772153. We have a family bank where you can deposit where you can pay your bills. We have KCB Bank. We have Posta. We have Cooperative Bank in that flyer. The next item we have is a newsletter, which will inform you about our operations in the company, the customers delight. You can also go through that. And of course, we have the program for the day. We also have a cap for our consumers and stakeholders. Encourage you to put it on. We also have a notebook which will remind you of Kacwasco. Beautifully made, and I hope you will utilize it well. The last one we have is
Mna mutingi tu sa ile nini tena narudisha.
Label Kacwasco. When you take it home, you drink water directly from the tap. And the jugs in front of you is directly from the source. So you take it, believing that it is the best of quality. And lastly is, sorry, this was just brought in document on the tariff review, the proposed tariff review, and the current tariff review. This is what we are going to discuss later on.
Niko kwa meeting. Nitakupigia. Niko kwa meeting.
Still engaging the online members.
Pia uko connected to Kacwasco boardroom. So nashangaa kwa nini kulete.
Na vile nimewacha hapa.
Tena ya wewe ndio kulia kuzima ndio yako ikaa.
Au inakuwa affected na kitu kingine hapo. Kitu gani?
Bado mnakaa.
Thank you so much, CEO. I just encourage you to continue looking at the things which were in the gift hamper. You can even try paying for your bill right now. I think instructions are there. Maybe you've forgotten to pay your bill. We've now made life easier. Tafadhali tulipe mabill saizi. Kama hatujalipa tukingojea program iendelee. And feel free to use any language. Sio lazima tutumie Kiingereza. We can also use Kiswahili. Okay. As we wait, why can't we just experiment? Let's try and experiment and see whether we can inquire about our bill using these instructions. Let's check out our mobile phones. Yeah, if you have an account with us. If you don't have an account, you may not get the replies. So if you have your phone, step 1, star 873 star 048 hash. Star 873 star 048 hash. Tuko hapo? And then select, I think there's an option which has come there. Now select, all want to know our bill. So you could select bill query. Select bill query. Wangapi wameletewa jibu? Put your account number. Put your account number. Have you got your bill? Let us see, how many of us have a negative? How many of us have a negative? Unalipa, tunalipa zaidi kidogo. So you're in good books with us. Oh, yeah, prepaid here. Onirudi, eh? Okay, I think let's give the customers who don't have these flyers a copy. Okay, nisema ni star 873 star 048 hash. Alafu kuna various options there, and you can select whatever option you need. Now, kama una ka credit kidogo kwa simu, utaambiwa hivyo. It is not a free service, but the money goes to Safaricom, not us. Sawa sawa, who has managed? Hello. Ama mnapewa wrong account. Who has managed? Any volunteer, please? Oh, good. Good. Even our chief has managed. Engineer, unatuambia bili yako ni ngapi? Tujue kama tunakuja kukata. Pardon? Oh, good. So now at least we have improved. We will not be harassing you. We come and maybe disconnect you before we send you a bill. You can actually ask for a bill from wherever corner. You can also use that platform to report any complaint. You can also use that platform to tambua. For example, let me tell you now, please let's go back. Let's go back and see tutumie tambua. I'll give you my PF number. Muone kama mimi I'm fake ama I'm real in this company. So we are there. Let's touch on tambua. Tambua. And then key 6193. That's my number. Somebody can tell us which name it has brought. Is it? Are you sure? I don't think it's Mary Mariga. 6193. Okay, let me start. Again, star 873 star 048 hash. Then there are those many options, and I've asked you to touch on tambua. Yes, Riga. So anybody coming to read your meter, you will tell them, Jitambue, what is your PF number? And then you can actually confirm. So you will not be conned, you will not be harassed. And there are so many options there. And then we have our M-Pesa bill. This is very effective. I know most of you have been paying your bills with M-Pesa. We have our deposit account for Family Bank. Yes, Secretary, you have something to say? Secretary, you okay? Yes. And then we have also an account with KCB. You can pay your bill from there. The Cooperative Bank and Post Office. We have all those platforms. The beauty with post office, you can pay from anywhere and you'll not be charged with those items. Interact for our CEO frame. Oh, not yet. And we'll be able to give you. We call it the customer delight. On the cover, you can see our CEO and other staff members celebrating the customer service week. This was last year's customer service week. So let this be in your calendar, God willing, next year at a time like this. If you visit us in our company, we shall celebrate together as we cut a cake together. You can see that. And in this magazine, we've also mentioned a number of things you may be interested in. If we just look at the content page, yeah, our content page, you can get a glimpse from the CEO. You'll be able to see what he has done from the time he came into the company. We also have something about us. We have pictures of our board of directors. We have also the key management team. We've also given a narration on what we are doing, especially during this time of COVID. And then we have something called RRI. Sometime in August last year, we visited most of your accounts, especially in Kakamega town. And we found out so much. Rapid result initiative. We found out a lot. We found out there are some people who take water as from 2 a.m. to around 4 a.m. What does that mean? Mchana hawafungui tap because they're disconnected. Lakini hiyo usiku ndio wanakuwa my engineers and they reconnect themselves and they take water paka 4 a.m. Tuliwapata. Na tukaongea nao kwa juu sisi ni watu wazuri, tukawasamea. Tukawaambia wasirudie makosa. We also found out there were a number of accounts which are not labeled. We labeled them. We also found out there were a number of accounts which had dry spells. We corrected that. And we really had a good interaction with the consumers, especially in Kakamega town. I want to believe from then on, despite the challenges of COVID, our services have improved. And then also, last year, we hosted the 5th WASPA Water Loss Management Workshop. It was at Share Guest House. We were together with the WASPA team. They brought us experts on how to manage our non-revenue water. Also here, we have our strategic plan, 2021-2026. And we'll only be able to implement this plan if you will support us. We will be launching it, and we shall invite you here to come and witness that launch and that celebration. And then, very important, we are not operating illegally. That is why we have our regulator in the house. So we have something on the licensing. Yeah, you cannot just dig a borehole and start selling water to everybody. That's the time you know the arm of the law is long. So us, we are operating very legally, and I'm sure our regulator will tell us that. And then we also conserve the environment. If you go to Share a Guest House, there is a very deep gully, I think the riparian land. Last year, we participated in planting a number of trees there. And we did it as our CSR. We also do other activities in CSR. You'll see, we have given out donations. We gave some donations during Eid. We also recently, just a week ago, we gave some donations to our parking boys in town, and we encourage them to support us, especially when they see water pouring. They should also inform us, and we engage them because at one point in our area, this is Juakali area, meters were really getting stolen. And we got wind that it was the parking street kids who are doing that. So we actually joined other groups in the county, and we bought for them actually shoes and told them not to steal those meters. And if they get any thief, they should come and report the thief, and we shall reward them. Actually, up to now, our meters are not stolen, and they have not reported any thief. So I think we have solved a problem there. And then page 14, you'll get a glimpse of our ongoing projects. So let's listen to some bit of music as we go through that. If you don't have a newsletter, just put up your hand, you'll be given one. Thank you.
Tumeona mkono wake Bwana, mengi mazuri tumeyaona, Mungu umetenda, ni kweli wewe muweza. Ulitamka vitu vikawa, neno tulatosha, ukisema umetenda. Kawatoa utumwani, watumishi wako umewapa yote waombayo, ikiwa umependezwa. Uamualo hakuna wa kulipinga, hakika wewe ni Mungu wa vyote. Unatawala dunia na vilivyomo, makuu umeyatenda Jehova.
Haya, unanisikia? Hello Job. Hello Job. Haya, sawa. Niongee tu. Unanipata? Nina shida na tunasoma. Karibu kwa speaker hapo. Hapo sasa inapatikana vizuri. Na niko na upia nasumbua. Hey, my name is Valentine Makaka, the manager of the Tariff. Yes. Simu Selina. Maybe ni phone call yenye karibu. Jojo. Amenipigia simu hapa sijui kama. Nataka kusikiza kama uko.
Wanakupata.
Hiyo eko yao inatokea wapi?
Our guests on online want to introduce themselves, and I want to request those who are online, when others are talking, please mute yourselves so that we can hear you and avoid the echoes. So please, I can see Valentine, you're trying to introduce yourself.
Valentine. Talk, unmute.
Oh, unmute.
Please, others to mute their, please, to mute their.
The others have already muted.
But you are hearing echo from you. But just introduce yourself.
It's okay, buddy. Okay, we are near. Or is it because we are near?
Yes, if you're near each other, yes, there's that problem. But just talk, just introduce yourself, Vale.
Let me hope the echo is now over.
At least it has reduced. Just talk. Valentine, uko wapi? Network amepoteza. Next, Valentine kama network amepoteza. Next. Next speaker, please. Jaribu na hizo introductions zingine. Pia watu wengine wajaribu kuintroduce themselves.
Our guests online, some of them are just visible, but we cannot hear them. I can see somebody called Augustine. Augustine, why can't you greet us? Nakuona.
Unmute, Augustus.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Augustus Sumbi, Scheme Manager, Kipkare Lumakanda.
Unmute now, unmute.
Next, thank you, Augustine Karibu.
Christabel, legal.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Christabel Ashono, the Principal Legal Officer and Board Secretary, Kacwasco.
Thank you, Madam Christabel. Karibu.
Thank you.
Sasa wengine wamekataa kuonekana. Beatrice, ongea tafadhali, tunaona jina. Na Shole. Yeah, so I think we'll continue. At least we are sure that our online platforms are working. So I invite the CEO to continue with the program.
Mheshimiwa, can you introduce yourself shortly, kindly? Yes, just an introduction. Just unmute and introduce yourself. unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Unmute.
Yes,
Unmute.
Chairman Wasrep.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Chairman.
We can hear you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to you.
Hello, this is Governor Joshua Irogo, the Chairman Water Service Regulatory Board, WASREB. And I wish you all the best. And I'm sorry that I'm conducting two meetings. I'm participating in your meeting, which I would have loved to be physically there, just because of the love that I have for Kakamega people. And I'm sure Christabel knows that, and even the MD knows that I have been part and parcel of your engagement on this of tariff review. But now that I'm conducting we were recruiting the CEO for WASREB, and therefore I'm sharing the panel for CEO recruitment, and that's the reason why I couldn't come. But I love you guys, and I would have loved to be part of you today's session. And in fact, I had thought that including the weekend, I should be there and stay together with you and probably appreciate some of the projects that you are undergoing and you are doing. And particularly out of the tariff that you're also proposing some of the projects, I would have loved to see some of them. And again, also say hi and share some few moments with the governor, my brother, Governor Paranya. But now that never happened, I want only to take this opportunity to wish you well, because we are in the middle of our interview, so that I joined my panel back. But probably before you end the meeting, I might whisper something, one or two things before you end the meeting. Therefore, I want to wish you all the best and God blessing as you continue engaging, serving, looking for all ways, and even reviewing your tariff for the good of the people of Kakamega. And remember, the service to human is service to God. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. The Chairman has been supportive in this exercise. The Waziri can attest to that. She has been fully cooperative, and we wish he could have been here. But amesema kuna jukumu lingine.
Yes.
They are recruiting the CEO, I think, today for us. Madam Mariga, please pass the mic to our speaker. Our deputy speaker is here, representing the assembly. Please introduce yourself, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you so much, CEO. All protocols observed. Good morning. My names are Honorable Leonard Soita Kasaya, representing Shirugu Mugai Ward, the Deputy Speaker of the County Assembly of Kakamega. And I just want to thank all of you who are present here for the noble exercise that is before us. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I welcome you once again to this important exercise. It's not an everyday exercise. These are periodical exercise done probably 3 to 5 years. And this is the last time we did such kind of an exercise was in 2012, 2013. I think this is a very great occasion for us. And probably the next time we meet will be 5 years from now. That will be in 2026 or somewhere there. We also have a representative from Lake Victoria North. Online we have Nelly Mukoko is online, representing Lake Victoria North. Charles Tunga from Lake Victoria North is not yet there. He is supposed to represent the CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this very important event in the company of reviewing the company tariff. When I joined the Kacwasco family, the whole country was getting into the battle against COVID-19. Not yet there. He's supposed to represent the CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I take this opportunity. It's recorded and this is very important. Then, the company tariff. The Kacwasco family, the whole country was getting into the battle. That's what we are talking about, the COVID pandemic. It has shown us wonders these years. We have seen a lot. We were even requested to talk with our mouth closed, but we have been vaccinated, and those who have not been vaccinated are encouraged to be vaccinated. Watu wende watafute sindano. Is it okay now? I hope you are not recording again.
No, it was YouTube. Sorry.
We, like the other water companies, had to face the challenges of continuing to supply clean, affordable, sufficient, and safe water to all our consumers. The challenge has been an upward task, but the team has worked tirelessly amidst the many hurdles. Of much concern has been supplying water to all our consumers, including those in low-income areas, without disconnecting because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This resulted to low revenue collection. The challenge of expanding the water coverage because of the huge demand for water at this period, while maintaining our infrastructure and pipe network, has also not been easy. My entry into the company last year was met with high expectation from the staff, the stakeholders, and consumers, and my own expectation of leaving a legacy of making Kacwasco a better place than I found it. The high non-revenue water of around 42% cannot be ignored, as this is the elephant in the room. We have declared war against non-revenue water. Our success and our improvement cannot be underestimated. We have achieved the following in a short span. We have taken part and supported and ensured the repeal of the County Water and Sanitation Services Act in compliance with the WASREP regulations, and ensure that we move from cooperation to a company. We have also ensured that we are licensed by WASREP, the regulator, for us to be able to do our business. We have engaged in the RRI, what the Customer Service Manager has indicated, Rapid Result Initiative activity that enables the company to know our customers, clean our database, and reduce on-billing anomalies within Kakamega CBD. The impact of this exercise was a reduction in estimated bills and illegal consumption of water. And this will be escalated to the next level in other areas. We have also been changing the staff organization behavior to operate with a strong commercial and customer-centric orientation by streamlining the staffing policy to motivate and maintain hardworking staff in strategic positions of the company. We endeavor to improve operations further by implementing technology, enterprise resource planning systems to the full, in line with the county's revenue enhancement plan, where departments are advised to automate their processes. With support from Excellency Governor Wycliffe Oparanya and the Kakamega County government, we have undertaken to increase the water supply to Kakamega and environs by constructing a 5 million liter tank in Shinyalu area. The work is in progress. Once it is completed, Kakamega town and its environment will have enough water supply, which will definitely attract investors and more economic activities in the country, rather in the county. We have also done major rehabilitations in all our offices across the county. For example, replacement of the asbestos roofing, which are health hazard and environmental hazard, renovating our area and scheme offices, and repairing the perimeter walls in our offices to make them more likable. As you might be aware, there is still a lot that's pending as per our current strategic plan. And our work is hindered by quite a number of challenges, as well key among them being the management of the high non-revenue to meet the sector standards. The challenge of expansion of our distribution network due to our increase in population. We know Kakamega is a high potential area in terms of numbers. We have high cost of water production and distribution in comparison to the low returns that comes in as revenue. If you look at what we had in 2013-14, probably the cost of fuel was at how much? Who can remember? I did not. Around 60, 55, 60. Currently it is 134. So the high cost of water production is also another hindrance. Outdated tariff, that comes with a very low cost recovery. Our achievement will greatly depend on you, our dear customers, our partners, and our stakeholders. We need you to support this important initiative of reviewing our tariff in order for us to better our service provision. Feel at ease, feel encouraged, and share your thoughts and give us your opinion as we strive to make Kacwasco a model water company. I take this opportunity to utmost thank His Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega County, the entire county government, the Board of Directors for Kacwasco, the entire Kacwasco family, our stakeholders, our consumers, for your continued support. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yeah, kindly request to welcome our chairman. Invite our chairman, Professor Laban.
Chairman of the Board of Kacwasco, Professor Laban Airo. A coffee, please. Karibu, Professor.
Waziri wa maji na mazingira akiambatana na wakuu katika idara yake, mkurugenzi wa kampuni yetu ya maji county, hasa the people's representatives, MCAs, the valuable customers and consumers. I take cognizance of the big consumers, Masinde Muliro and the other, St. Agnes, our big consumers of water, else from across the county. That we continue with the program, and when His Excellency comes in, we shall then condense it, because he might not have all the time to be with us. So I want also to recognize the chairman Water Services Regulatory Board, the CEO, WASREP, the CEO, Lake Victoria North, Board of Directors who are with me today, our development partners, as I've said, the national, county government, the national and county government representatives, distinguished guests. Nafikiri, mine will be very brief. I want to welcome you most heartily and also thank you for coming to be with us. And on behalf of Kakamega Water and Sanitation Company, we consider it a privilege that you have come for this dialogue session and subsequent approval of the tariffs that will be presented to you in this gathering. Provision of efficient customer service is key in any business and development process today. And this tariff review is aimed at ensuring cost-effective operations, considering the fact that water pricing is an important economic instrument for improving water use efficiency and hence social equity and securing financial sustainability of water utilities and operations. We are up to task to spearhead His Excellency's manifesto in the county water sector, which is dubbed Amazi Umguru, water at every doorstep. The review of this tariff will help realize this goodwill. And before I say the benefits, I would like those of us present here today to know that change of tariffs are not intended to punish the consumer. In fact, for us as a county, this tariff review is securing, protecting our future. And I would really want to emphasize that. We have been given a birthright by the Constitution to manage our own affairs. Wherever I go in this country, starting with His Excellency, the Governor, is very clear that we must secure the future of our county. I see many counties, and when you travel through them, you can see the difference when you come from Kakamega. Now, this effort does not come without sacrifice. And I'm sure there are very many tough decisions our governor and his cabinet have made to put Kakamega where it is today. And the fact that we are seen as a model county in this country is a big tribute to our intention to be better than the rest. So I can imagine, and I don't want to name counties, I can imagine where those other counties will be in another 5 years, in another 10 years, and where Kakamega County will be. So it is important for those of us here to remember in the book of Genesis, let us not be the Esau's of this generation, where we shall sell our birthright because of cheap political engagement. Our birthright is that we want every citizen of Kakamega County to have water at their doorstep. That is a very ambitious calling. And it cannot happen without us sacrificing as a people of Kakamega. So it's not enough for us to depend on the county to give us money because the resources are limited. And through this tariff review, we as a company would like to continue with the agenda that will put Kakamega before every other county in terms of water distribution and sewage management. So we are looking for economic efficiency. We are also looking for cost recovery. We are also looking for fairness. I think His Excellency, the Governor, has been very, very clear that in whatever we do as a company, we need to be fair. And he has even suggested that we should have pro-poor modalities within our supply system so that those who can't afford are subsidized in one way or another. He has also insisted that learning institutions, hospitals, and other community initiatives be considered in the spirit of fairness. This is a commitment as a chair I am very determined to push for. We are also looking for financial stability. And all I want the Kakamega people to ask of this company is accountability. That now we are reviewing the tariffs. Is the company going to be financially stable, and are we going to provide the service that is needed? We should also worry about resource conservation in this whole structure of review, so that the tariff should encourage resource conservation by the utility itself and consumers. I look at Malava sub-county in particular. I've gone up to the water supply that supplies Malava. I look at the storage capacity in Malava. I don't see fairness. And many times I've wondered, why does Malava always receive the most unfair consideration? Not just in water, but even in education. I'm an educationist. And I know the sufferings of the Kabras people is not because they're not capable, because we have had the Luchivias, the Angatias, and many professors from Kabras. But it is because we have not embraced fairness. And I just want you to look at the water supply tank at Malava town, the reservoir. And then you go down there where the water is coming from. This is why we are reviewing the tariff, so that we can be more accountable to the people of Kabras, the people of Navoholo. There's also the people of Nambacha area, where we get most of the water from, the water that goes to Mumias. But the supply, the distribution of water in that area doesn't demonstrate fairness. They see their water going. It's like the Muranga people seeing their water going to Nairobi and they don't have water. We at Kacwasco have seen that if we depend on county resources, we might not be able to be fair. We might not be able to meet our commitment. So I'm pleading that the spirit in this congregation is that let us review the tariff, but we shall demand accountability and service from the water company. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to see social orientation of the water services so that we guarantee provision of water rights to all consumers, regardless of income. I think this has been a clarion call by the governor. In fact, the governor has advised us, why don't you look for funds so that you supply water up to the home, and now the county assembly can now mandate the consumer to install the meter, and they pay gradually. So let us not just say bring water to your home. Let us take water to the home and then bill the customer to pay for that water in installments so that there is a different social orientation in terms of provision of water to our people. I grew up knowing, and I was taught by my grandmother, my grandfather, my mother, that if somebody walks in the home and asks for water, even if they look like madmen, give them water. You will never deny water to anybody. And I think at Kacwasco, that is our obligation. So let me take this opportunity to thank the county government of Kakamega, the board of directors and management for their dedication and teamwork towards this milestone. I also extend my gratitude to WASREB for their immense support and guidance in formulation and review of our tariff. WASREB, we want to thank you. When we came and met your chair, me, the CEO, and the legal manager, and the governor, you listened to us as we wanted to revert our status from corporation to company. And we are thanking you. And we are saying, while we were in the wilderness, you gave fruits to other counties under the COVID program. We are pleading that you rethink and give us a portion, even if you can't give us everything. Please rethink and give us a portion so that we can improve the supply in Malaba. Malaba will be my priority, Malaba sub-county, and also the smart meters for the whole of Kakamega city. We want to be automated. I was very proud of my marketing manager. Now I can check my bill. Now I can pay my money. I don't have to walk around, but we need to have smart meters because the overcharging will continue due to non-revenue water and so on. We need to have smart meters. And so if WASREB, you know, that child who comes back, that son, the prodigal, what's he called, the prodigal son? Akirudi unamsamehe, unasema umerudi, nilikuwa nimekuwekea kitu kidogo hapa, chukua, enda uendelee. As a chairman, I uphold good here. Now we have the Kakamega Rural Company. And by the way, the rural company has a bigger mandate in terms of area of coverage. I want them to work with the spirit of togetherness. I want them to know that it is this urban company that is giving birth to them and that we will not allow them to suffer, but we need consensus, we need respect, we need dialogue, so that our people don't suffer because of imagined wars. There are no wars between my company, the urban company, and the rural company. We want to serve our people of Kakamega. So I want to commit myself to uphold good corporate governance and ensure that the same is instilled in the entire company as we look forward to the approval of the tariff to enhance operational efficiency. I think the marketing manager talked about delightful service. I think you know the world today. I've just been in America for about 1.5 months through 7 states. One of the strongest things in those countries is that anything they design is to delight the customer. And they call it D for D. D, letter 4, and D, delight for, design for delight. So I'm hoping that if this review, if the new tariffs are approved, and that is my deep prayer, we can delight our customers. My mother-in-law is in Shinyalu, just after Lugara. That's where I'm married from. And every time she's calling me, sending a message, the water is not there. You can imagine an old mom of 80 or something. We have brought water, we have given her toilet facilities in the house, and the water is not getting there. She can't be delighted. And I know it's not just my mother-in-law, it is every other mother-in-law across the county. We want to do better. We want to supply our customers. It pains me to see Kakamega High School. searching for boreholes when they are hardly 2 kilometers from us. Why should we have that situation? Kakamega High School is money for us. The new hospital facility, again, we are thankful to His Excellency. Now we have a referral hospital that is challenging Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. But for us as a company, we should be seeing money. Yeah, if we supply that hospital with water, even that old water supply, we shall need to revamp it and supply more water because the money will come. And even the electricity bill would not be an inhibition in terms of supply and returns to us. I'm just mentioning Kumu Mission. Other big institutions, we should give them reliable water so that they can delight in our service as a county. So Waziri, thank you very much. And I wish to assure our stakeholders of our commitment. I want to assure His Excellency, the Governor, that he has disciples in some of us. And the difference between Kakamega and those other counties is that Honorable Oparanya, who is, I know in a few weeks will be Dr. Oparanya, has chosen people independent of tribe. So it is not, are you a Maragoli? Are you a Mwisuka? Are you a Marama? I don't see Maramas in position. He chooses people because they can deliver. And because of that, our county has grown. And so it is with great pleasure that we come to you today so that we can deliver a mandate that will not only increase access to clean water, but also mitigate the effects of COVID-19 for our county, Kakamega County, the county that we love. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, our dear chairman. Indeed, as a Kacwasco family, we are proud to have you as our chairman and more so as our father. I'm sure, dear customers, listening to him, you're confident that you're in the right hands, isn't it? Yes. Professor, I know whatever he has said, we shall deliver. One of these fine days, we will be among the best water companies in Kenya. I know that. I know that. I really value him because he also contributed to what I am right now. And the confidence I have is because of him. Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Yeah, he's mentioned customer delight. In fact, when he mentioned it, I didn't know that whatever we've written on our t-shirts, anybody can notice. But this is a challenge to my colleagues. Customer delight. Are our customers delighted? I think because of the tariff, maybe they have not been delighted, but after this, we are going to make you delighted. You are our bosses. You have employed us, and we'll make sure we shall make you delighted. Let me not waste too much time. Right now, I would just like to invite WASREB Lake Victoria North, a representative from Lake Victoria North. Online, hope we'll hear it. Let's hear some music as we try to connect with us. Nelly, Madam Director, Nelly Mkoko, would like to hear from you. Okay, as we wait for her, I think we can go to WASREB because of time. Let's clap for our regular as he comes online. And I'll give him this. Let me sanitize that. Karibu sana, tumpigie makofi mazuri. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mariga?
Yeah. Like I mentioned earlier, My name is Richard Cheruyot. I work with WASREB. But I also wanted to check from all of us before you came to this meeting today, how many of us had heard about WASREB, the Water Services Regulatory Board, by show of hands? Thank you very much. That is quite impressive for us. You know, because we don't have a direct interface with consumers, it's very common that regulators are not known. I think the thing that was trending about 2 weeks ago was about the leaning tower of which place? We saw the leaning tower in some place. You people, you watch news, I'm sure you see what is happening. You saw some building that was leaning somewhere. Which place? In Kino. Yeah. But you see, until you have such issues, you hardly think about what NCA does, which is fine, because for us as regulators, as long as things are moving, we don't really have to appear so much on the limelight. CEC, water, environment, I know your portfolio is very large, climate change, and all the other mandates. The CEO, who is also a board member of Kacwasco, the chair of the board, professor, and your board, chair of the county assembly, in charge of water, also environment, and there's so many other things. I saw somebody from the office of the speaker and all the other stakeholders, without really having to name all of us. I really want to appreciate your being here this morning to discuss this. I guess you've heard from my chair, the Honorable Joshua Irungu, that he would have really wished to be part of this process and be part of this discussion. Because for very definite reasons, and I think the chair of the board has mentioned, we do look to Kakamega as a county, as one of those model counties, and we would want to see the same basically replicated in water service provision. So we would have really wished to be part of this, and also the CEO, but he has mentioned that because of a critical engagement in the office, he wasn't really able to be part of this process. But be assured that as WASREB, we are quite supportive of this process. It is important that we have utilities that are basically able to provide sustainable water services. I know I've seen the vision of the board, the vision of the company is an effective and efficient water service provider. And we want to believe that with these strategies, interventions that you're putting in place, you will be able to realize that vision. Public consultation is very key for us. I know the board and the company is putting forward this to you in this meeting today. And I know the chair said one of the prayers is really for you as key stakeholders to support this process. But beyond this public consultation forum today, as the management of WASREB, will be the ones to defend this proposal before the board of WASREB. So it ceases to be you as Kacwasco requesting for a change, but WASREB now believing that Kacwasco requires that tariff to be able to improve water service provision. As you will notice, because of the challenges presented by COVID, The form of this engagement is partly a face-to-face meeting and partly a virtual interaction, just to ensure that we are in line with the Ministry of Health guidelines in terms of minimizing crowds. As you're aware, and the CEO mentioned this, the company already has a license for 2 years, is an interim license. But part of that license is a requirement for them to have a tariff in place. So the activity we are in today is really to ensure that the utility is compliant in terms of the license conditions that have been given to them. I also want to appreciate at this point, through your office, Bwana CEC, the steps that the county has taken to really streamline water service provision in the rural areas. I think Kakamega is one of the first counties to really be bold and say, let's have a water service provider that looks at the rural areas. If I look at the population of county number 37, Sindio, the last census we were how many? How many? Close to 2 million, 1.9? 1.95. I think, thank you, Professor. You're very precise with numbers. So 1.95. And how many are within the service area of Kacwasco? About 400. Let's work with 400. So what happens to the other 1.5? Yeah. So previously, until we had the rural WSP, we were basically saying these people are getting services from providers that are not regulated. And I think it is really commendable that the county government moved in to streamline water service provision for this 1.5 million people. Because, you know, Article 43 of the Constitution talks about right to water services, and it talks about clean and safe water in adequate quantities. We can only be able to assure that or give an assurance to a population that we are getting there if we have people that play within certain rules. So I want from the onset to commend through your office, the CC, that intervention to put in place a rural water service provider. We've already had interactions with them, and we will actually be coming down to see whether the roadmap we agreed with the board of directors of the rural company is being implemented. This is very key because we would want to see a situation that counties can delegate water service provision to water service providers so that you have somebody you can hold to account. So that Waziri, you don't have to be pestered by complaints. If somebody talks about lack of water services, like the chair says, in some place, you can then refer them to Kacwasco. So we would want to see a situation where counties move from being direct water service providers to having vehicles for the delivery of that service, which are water service providers, who can then be held to account for what they do. I'm happy the chair has set the stage for us in terms of why we are here. And I'm happy also that the chair of the water committee is here. Because if you look at the aspirations, the policy aspirations of this country, we talk about universal access to water services in how many years? Vision 2030. In the next how many years? In the next 9 years, and maybe even less than 9 years. From what we did at the national level, if you look at the National Water Master Plan, we are saying we require annually about 100 billion shillings as a country to get to those targets. If you divide 100 billion by, say, 50 million of us, those of us who are mathematicians or accountants in the room, what do you get? 2? 100 billion? No, divided by 50 million people, so that we get how much we should be putting to everyone. It's roughly about 150 is about 2, and then you cross out the zeros, it's about 2,000. Chair, as a committee, because you sit to adjudicate on the budget for the county government, how much are you putting on water service provision? Sorry for putting you on the spot. Like in the current financial year, 700 million. I think, Makele, I thought I never had the correct figures. I think we need to applaud this county for that. I will not say where, but one of the engagements I had recently, the last 2 weeks, in one of your neighboring counties, the budget was about 179 million. You're doing 700. If you divide 700 by 2 million people, about how much? Sorry for putting you through a lot of maths, but it is important that we appreciate some of these things. About how much? Engineer Maloba? 350. The standard is about, if you take the 100 billion, the standard is about 2,000. So at least you're doing 350 out of 2,000 is about 15%, yeah, which is commendable, but you definitely have a bit of way to go. But I'm happy that the county assembly is able to allocate such resources to water service provision. Why I'm saying this is because the sources of finances, the 100 billion that we talk of as a country, will come from 3 sources. One of the sources is taxes. Yeah, but we know what happens when we say let's tax. Yeah, we normally say 3 T's. So taxes, so the government will tax us and we will complain that we are overtaxed. From those taxes, they're able to appropriate resources to the different sectors. The other T is transfers. Transfers from partners. And I think Professor will be a witness that, when you move from a low-income country to, we call ourselves now what? Middle income. Then you move from grants to loans. So transfers increasingly are going down from development partners. The other T is tariffs. And that is why we are here. That is key because the last T is the one that is within our control. Yeah. We pay for services, but then within that service, demand for results. And I'm happy that the chair said, give us the money, we will show you what we will do with the money. Yeah. I'm not vouching for them, but just saying this is the boldness with which we need to address some of the issues that we face. When we get to approve this tariff or go through this process of tariff approval, one of the things we will be seeing is that we will be gazetting the rates, which my colleague will present in a short while, but also give some resources for the water service provider to be able to do certain interventions. We will include those interventions in the Gazette notice. And we want to ask you as key stakeholders of this water service provider, if we say that in the tariff, which is going to be there for 5 years, ending in 2026, one of the interventions is to say extend a sewer line. To which place? Amalemba? Of say 2 kilometers. We want to enlist your support that you be the ones to tell us whether those interventions are actually implemented. That's why we gazette them and we look forward to the public and the key stakeholders to really monitor the water service provider in that regard. So we are in a process today. I know we put out a notice. We say the public consultation process, because sheria pia mpaka ifuatwe. It says within which period the consultation process should be undertaken, but we will be guided after this meeting whether we can still receive submissions from yourselves. So we want to encourage you as WASREB to really hear from yourselves and ask and demand, ask those hard questions to the board and of course to the office of Waziri and even ourselves as to what we are doing. Because for us, if the customer within the area of service of Kacwasco is satisfied, or if they are not satisfied, if you look at it the other way, then they'll not care who WASREB is, who Lake Victoria North Waterworks is, or who currently sits in the CC's office. We will all have failed. So it is in the interest of all of us as key actors that we improve water services provision, especially in this area. So I would want to take a lot of time. I really want to urge all of us to really raise our views. We're not saying you must approve what they tell you, but they must be able to justify whatever actions they have put forward. I think lastly, when we see the benefits of devolution as the different actors, and one of the things we've noted is a rapid urbanization in our 47 county headquarters. As the different players given the mandate to drive actions, what do we see? Tunaona shida ama tunaona opportunities? When we see a high-rise building in Malaba or Malava, you know you have a V and a B. The V, when we see a 6-story building in Malava, tunaona shida ama tunaona opportunity ya customer mwingine ya kuserve? Eh? You know, they tell us you can see the whole or you see the donut. So we can choose to see the whole or choose that to see the donut. So I think let's choose to see the donut, see the opportunity that devolution has given us. If you go to the 47 county headquarters, I think all of us can attest and say, surely there are gains in devolution. But with those gains, let those people who are given the responsibility to extend or provide services do what they are supposed to do. Yeah, I don't think that is too much to ask. And as WASREB, we will commit to this process and we will support you. I think listening to the remarks of my chair, I don't know whether there are historical issues, but he seems to be very passionate about this county. I have never asked him why, but I think you have that advantage that somebody says they would want to see things happen. And this is not just by talk. I think the chair can attest. When we had issues, or like he says, when you went astray, and you said, tupatie mali yetu tuende, tufanye nini? I don't know what the CEO will tell us. But then I think he was very keen that we have a sitting and address some of these issues. And we are happy that in one of the sittings with His Excellency the Governor, we are able to address those issues. We want to believe in the roadmap and the agreements we've had in our discussions, because as WASREB, we committed that as a utility, you'll be able to implement some of those recommendations. I think, lastly, Professor, you know, you put us in a box. Yeah, a very hard situation. Of course, I was sent to represent the CEO of WASREB on the basis of the discussions and the positive steps that we have seen the WSP taking. which for us we are hoping can be sustained going forward. We have started that process because like you've rightfully put, the challenge of COVID was with all the water service providers, and we tried to convince the partner in this process, which is the World Bank, to really consider your WSP as part of the utilities to be supported under this process. The only challenge is that you put us on the firing line because we said these guys have done what they were supposed to do. And let me use the words of the chairman, that the prodigal son came back and owned up and said, nimekubali nilifanya makosa, and I have changed my ways. So we believe that you have changed your ways. Yeah. And that is the assurance we gave to the bank. So if that is the case, we are very optimistic that hopefully in the next few months, Kacwasco should be able to benefit from this. It may not be so much, but I think it is something what can make a difference if you use it correctly. We're still working out the numbers with the CEO. And I think at the right time, you should be able to tell us how much you should be getting. And we will be watching closely what the funds will go to do. So I think without taking a lot of time, I want to thank you so much for being part of these discussions. And we will sit as WASREP and now listen to your submissions. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. Can we give our regulator better claps? We have a reason to clap. Wow. The prodigal son. Chair, thank you so much. Yeah, at least now we are back, isn't it? My colleagues, customer delight. Oh, sir, thank you so much. You've encouraged us. There is nothing as wonderful as operating legally. Huh? Any illegal relationship is normally very uncomfortable, isn't it? Even those of us, some of you who didn't wait in the church, mujisikii vizuri, si ndio? Lakini when the pastor says now, here is the license, is when we feel comfortable, si ndio? So we are so happy, sir, because of that assurance. We pray that we will not disappoint you as a company. I know we have good leadership, and also we all have very committed staff. So thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker. You want a breather kidogo? Let me ask my team to stand up kidogo. Our team. Our consumers, these are the people who are going to make you delighted. So when I say Kacwasco, you shout customer delight. Okay? Kacwasco. No, you're not convincing, man. Ninja man nini. Tuanze tena. Kacwasco.
Customer delight.
Kacwasco.
Customer delight.
Kacwasco.
Customer delight.
We are committed to that. We are committed to that. Then I would like now all of us to stand up and try to spell the word WASREB with our head. The person who does it well will demonstrate for us. Okay. W will be how? Okay, let's try W. A. I think whatever your mind, I think it's capital, eh? Okay, A. S. R. E. Now there's difficult. B. Some of you are just doing. Okay, let's try it one more time with more confidence now. Okay, W. A. R. E. B. Full stop. Okay, let's clap ourselves. Thank you so much. Would like to now kindly invite the CEC, Ministry of Water, County Government of Kakamega, to please also come and give us a word. Thank you. Let me sanitize it, please.
Thank you so much. Allow me to set the distance to put off that mask for a minute. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has come here and for this noble task ahead of us. Everybody from the people who have spoken, we look forward to a successful end. And you know what a successful end in this kind of discussion is. I'm so happy. I want to recognize the water company itself who have gone a long way. It has been a process through the chair and the board and the members of the under the management, under the CEO. I also want to thank the WASREP. We have walked that route. It has been a little bit turbulent, but they say that if you have a task and it doesn't look like it is tough enough, then beware, you might be going towards the undoing of that task. And that's what we think that decision has been based on the challenges that have been with us to deliver a good product. I also want to thank my ministry members. We have our chief officer. Chief officer just stand once again. He's a board member of Kacwasco, and they have worked well with Kacwasco. And we look forward to more fruitful discussions between the ministry and the company so that we deliver on our key mandate. Of course, sit down. The Lake Victoria water, there was somebody who was supposed to give something from there, but it went off. I think it was Director Nelly. Is that correct? Apparently, the technology is becoming a challenge. I want to be very brief because we also want to go through this system. But before I go to what I want to say, we look forward to having our governor grace this occasion. He's going to come. He has communicated. It is only that he had a team which was coming in, the Soy Awards, led by Paul Terkat, and he insisted he wanted to see the stadium. So they are thereabout and on their way. They will soon be with us here for this key important process. We cannot overemphasize anything by the high stakes that are here. We have walked this journey. It has been a little bit turbulent, as I've said, but they say the end justifies the means. And the means were a little bit challenging. I've had an opportunity of, I have a little history with WASREP. I nearly worked there, but I never really worked. I have worked with the Minister of Water for quite a length of time, and nearly all the people who have been in WASREP have been my colleagues at work. You know very well, Engineer Kakubia were with him in the ministry, and we did well, and many other people in that place. I want to appreciate them, because when you go to a place and you meet people you know, it works very well. During the negotiations, it was so tough, as Bwana Cheriot has told us here. I was in Kisumu for a meeting while a meeting was also going on in Nairobi, and Governor Irungu called me. So I saw on the phone Governor Irungu. I thought this must be the conman of town. I didn't pick it. Then he sent a message. When he said, I immediately went out and we had a chat with him. What a pleasant chairman he is. He gave us the importance of taking that route towards regularizing the entity from a corporation to the water company. And he also, I don't know if it was a threat, he also told me, if we don't do that, my governor will be more than not happy. And you know that is an advice, but it can also be a threat. I took it upon, and I think we have walked that journey. We have been in Nairobi when we came with this tariff. I led the delegation, and I appreciate. I want to mention one thing. consultation is the key to anything, because not all of us can know what happens. Sometimes we look and, like when we look at tariff, the non-stakeholders, not the non-stakeholders, the non-technical persons, they look at it from a different angle, from the financial person, from the technical person, and it gives a different view. And that's why they call all these stakeholders together, so that you look at it and know what is the importance and what does it entail, so that it's not just what you hear that, you know, when we say tariff change, and that's why we use the word change, not increase, because it might be increased, but there's change affected by other factors. You know, tariff is based on many other things. It is based on the inflation rates. And if it is going up with the inflation rate, then in terms of economics, for those who deal with it, you know that it is not an increase. It is just an alteration of that one to fit into the inflation of that time. And it's very important for us as a county as we go into this, because as they give us what they call, you call it what? The interim license. One of the key things was to develop this tariff. And since we have been given that leeway, and as my chairman would put it, the protocol sign came. Now, Cheriot, when you go back to Nairobi and you meet with your seniors there, including the chair, you are able to tell them the road we have walked on and the compliance we are ready to do. I'm sure that it can help this company, because historically he mentioned that it must be done periodically within 5 or so years. But you see, this one has taken 9 years. So it tells you are working beyond the framework. And you know, to know the living costs. Don't look at so many parameters. Just look at 2 or 3. Just look at the cost of fuel a year ago and a year now, or 10 years ago, and it will give you an indication. If the fuel was this and the salary was this, just multiply that and go to the fuel at now, vis-a-vis the salary, and you know how much you should be earning in that particular case. That's how in economics we do things. Look at the basics. Look at just the price of unga, what it was in 2000 vis-a-vis 2012 vis-a-vis now. And if the difference is that, then you know that you are operating actually towards a loss, because your revenue is stagnant, but the costs are going up every other day. Then it becomes challenging for you. And Bonajeriot, I'm glad you came with the tariff expert from WASREP. He would agree with us with what I'm saying. We also want to look at in this scenario, we look at what we would call CBA, cost benefit analysis. If we increase this, it will be a cost. What is the benefit we shall get from it? And if it is helpful for us to sustain, because the water sector must be sustained. It is the key thing, because a lot of them, you call them WP, a lot of them are not able to be sustained, and if they are not supported, of course they go under. And that's why community water never function, because as you put in a structure, you find that they are able to collect revenue, and that revenue, because of their capacity and levels, they think it is an operation and maintenance thing until it breaks down, where it requires a major investment in terms of cost for replacement. Then you see those water companies or WSP coming rushing to the ministry that we give them assistance. That's why we need to have proper structures. And one of the key cardinal water structures is the tariff. I will be urging that as we look at this, I'm not also saying that we must pass it, but as we look at this, we must take cognizance that it is important that this document is part of our documentation with our regulator and even ourselves for operation in order to enhance. You know me, I like working where I'm happy. And if I work where I'm seeing the revenues are less than the costs, then you know you become unhappy. You will not have what Madam Abigail is calling what? Delight. The employee will not have the delight. And that's what we are looking at. We want to put these things all together. The chairman talked of fairness, and it's a key thing, because as a user, we know very well the Constitution gives that mandate that we must provide How you provide that water for all, safe and clean water, it is now our own definition. Because you also must supply and provide what is able to be attained and sustainable. And that's what we say. Because you can also provide safe and clean water at a less price, but it's not sustainable. Thereafter, you go back in reverse 40 years backwards where you are not able to supply the water. And of course, development of the infrastructure. We must develop them as we go about our activities and increase coverage. You know, in the Western world, they have reached 100%. Water is everywhere. It is a key ingredient. But for us, we are still far off, and that's why we need budget for the development of the same for provisions of water to our people. As a county, we want to assure all the stakeholders, particularly our consumers, that we are in all fairness working out what is good for the company and what is good for the consumer. I once called the CEO for the water company. I also have a residence in this big town, Kakamega. And for 2 months, I was not getting water. And when I CEO, you remember, I told you, why don't you increase this water? You know, from a layman, in the bills, and we have enough water and enough money to develop infrastructure so that we don't miss water. Because we want to provide water. By the way, the absence of water is very expensive. And I know everybody knows. When you don't have, you know, water in the tap, just a tank will be costing probably in the range of this 5,000 tanks, in the range of about 300 shillings. But go and buy that water in a bowl, and then you'll experience that it is necessary for us to have water running, and it is very cheap in that particular case. And that's how we work with water. And I want to urge that as we go into this, all of us must be partners. I don't want to go very much in partners. People might think it's kama hiyo asimio ya baba, but we must be partners in this sector. And our institutions is a key area we want to go in. And I have seen, we have segregated all these institutions, all the consumers into categories so that we are able to deliver and get the best of our water services. I want also to thank the company for this process and urge them through the chair. Because as we go this, as you heard, we have 2 companies. This is just the forerunner, is John the Baptist. We have known how the way is. Behind you, the Rural Water Company will be coming up to develop these things we are doing. And we have to work with them, of course, in mindset of the existing conditions in the rural areas. And we urge that you hold this young brother when they come at that time to give the provisions of the necessary requirements in our water sector for us to be working as you had Abigail saying that if you work and you have a license, you are very happy as you work. And that's what we want our rural company to work with the provisions under the law, which is correct. Finally, as I finish, because I wanted us to start the presentation, I want to urge the water company through the board and the chair and the CEO. Let's collaborate between the stakeholders, the ministry, yourselves, and even the rural water company. We are all for the provisions of service for our people, and it will work well. And from the sideline, of course, in all fairness, the chair mentioned Malava, and I was excited because Malava, we have the deputy speaker, he comes from Malava, he has left. And I thought also my CEO Rural, he might have hinted, he comes from those sides. Malava has a challenge. And you know, those are the things which give us provisions of where we should be investing. Of course, investment, the key areas are quite a number, but you must bring them into the key areas. Then we look at it and say, what can we do here? Because if you have a large population and you have a small tank, then you have a resource which is not working well. What the Bwana Jeroti alisema. Sasa building imekuja hapo na wewe unalia tena wanataka tuweke pipes. But the provision is that you should be smiling all the way to the bank that we have gotten a new customer, an able customer, because that one who stays in that structure is able to have water. I want to pray that as we go into this thing, let's all interact And let's have a positive attitude. By the way, public participation is a key ingredient. It's in the Constitution, and it's also in this documentation that we are doing. It's necessary that our stakeholders are there, and they understand this so that we are in agreement together. And we know very well that as we do this, it is under the law, and it's not something that we are saying that we are doing as a publicity. You must interrogate, but my urge is that we go through and give it a positive consideration towards achieving our goals with the regulator and towards our financial sustainability as a company. With those many remarks, I want to say thank you so much. I would urge that we go into delve into the main outline so that we are able, when the governor comes, I will be able to say one or two things once again, probably repetitive, but then invite him to have a chat. With those many remarks, I say thank you and welcome, and may we have fruitful discussions today.
Yes, makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, Minister, for water and environment, for those very good remarks. We appreciate the fact that we are being supported. And then we also understand the challenge that we must deliver. Our next speaker will be CPA Tunga from Lake Victoria North Water Board. But before that, can we appreciate the minister more? Sikuwasikia, I didn't feel you. Yes, thank you so much, thank you. So CPA Tunga, if you are able, we are listening to you now.
Yes, our Minister for Water, Mr. Kulati, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Now, I was not able to be there physically because of a few challenges here and there, but we have opted because of technology to appreciate and use the technology to be able to be participants with yourselves. I'm speaking on behalf of the CEO, Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency, and you will all appreciate that Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency is one of the 9 waterworks agencies under the Ministry of Water that has mandate to support in terms of capacity building of the water service providers and be able to ensure that we work together, because both of us, the water service providers and even the Waterworks Development Agency, our duty is to provide water to the jurisdiction, to the members within our jurisdiction. So we are delighted as Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency to participate in this participation for looking at the tariff, the guidelines as they are given by WASREP and the other regulators, so that we are able to look at the rates and the tariffs that are within the affordability of our members. And also we look at how do we want to achieve the same by ensuring that as much as we are getting the tariffs, again, we have a noble duty to ensure that all and sundry get water. Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency is undertaking a Kakamega Bungoma water bulk distribution that is in the process, in the initial stages. We desire to undertake a 20 billion plus project so that we have water supplied to the entire people of our area. We serve the 6 counties of Kakamega, Bungoma, Vihiga, Busia, Trans Nzoia, and Nandi. So we are delighted that we are partners in this endeavor, and we shall be glad to support wherever in terms of maintenance, in terms of repairs, and in terms of ensuring that
also online, Director Nelly, maybe she can say hello, if Nelly can hear us. Nelly Mkoko. Well. Nelly Mkoko, if you're online, you can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Kindly greet us, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think this is a very good opportunity for the company and Lake Victoria North and the stakeholders to deliberate on issues that touch on service provision as well as the needs of our customers. And I think this is a good direction that we are taking. It's really important that we review our tariff so that we are able to serve our customers well and also attract other partners for infrastructure development. So this is a forum that will be able to hear from all of us. And after this, I will be able to chart the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. By the way, dear customers and our guests, we're informed that the governor is on the way. So when he comes, we should follow all protocol. I don't know, I'm feeling like our social distance, we're too close. Can we just try to be a bit distant kidogo too? And then when he comes in, we shall all stand up and welcome him. And that's the time we shall also have the two anthems, the national anthem and the county anthem. So please feel free. You can talk among yourselves, just refresh yourself. You should come and find us very vibrant and not tired. You're looking tired, but I appreciate your patience. Yeah, you can stretch actually. Stretch. Yeah, let's listen to some music, some nice music to make us relax more.
Where my islanders? Can some of y'all run down here to the front real quick? I gotta know who's in the building. Where my islanders? I need y'all to run down here. Come on, let me see you. Come on, Jehovah, say it. Jehovah, you say it. I trust in you. In you. Say it, y'all. Oh Lord, Jehovah, you.
The water is also safe. Our water is safe, it's very clean, it's not a decoration. Kindly take it. And if you want some water, you can raise your hand. If you don't have access, then you can be brought some water.
Come on, everybody, get your feet happy. Let's go, come on. Where my islanders? Can some of y'all run down here to the front real quick? I gotta know who's in the building. Where my islanders? I need y'all to run down here. Come on, let me see you. Come on, Jehovah, say it. Jehovah, you. Say it. I trust in you. In you. Say it, y'all. Oh Lord, Jehovah, you. I trust. Say it. I trust. Show me how to do it, y'all. In you. I believe. Say it. Say it. I believe you. I trust. I trust. Come on. In you. Oh Lord, Jehovah, you. Where y'all at? Come on, come on. I trust in you. I believe. Say it.
Let's get ready to invite our governor.
MC kuja. MC. That MC should be briefing me something.
Thank you. Welcome, Your Excellency the Governor. May we be upstanding members for His Excellency the Governor. Welcome, sir. And we'll begin with the national anthem. Thank you. May we be seated. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega County, the co-chair, National Sugar Task Force, the co-chair, National Emergency Response Committee, the chairman, Lake Region Economic Bloc, the chair, Council of Governors Emeritus, Honorable FCPA, Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kakamega County, Professor Philip Museve Kutima, the Honorable Member, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Soita Kasaya, the Chair, Water Committee, Honorable Swaka Limera, your members, the CEC Member for Water, Honorable Kulati Wangia, the CEO, Kacwasco, Engineer Abdekadir Mohammed, Chair of the Board, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, sir, we really honor and appreciate that you have made it here despite your very busy schedule for this very important public consultative forum for tariff review. And on that note, sir, allow me to mention to you that we are physically here, but also together we are joined with other members who are following these proceedings online. Your Excellency, sir, we've so far made some progress since the morning, and at this particular juncture, allow me, sir, to invite the CEC member, Water, Honorable Kulati Wangia, just to take you briefly to the program as we have progressed on and run the remaining bit of the program. Karibu Waziri.
Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega, Honorable Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, Deputy Governor, Excellency Philip Kutima, and all protocols observed. Your Excellency, we have had some fruitful discussions before you came. We were giving the outlines where we were just doing the introduction remarks, and we went through where the CEO ran us through the system. Your Excellency, what we are expected in this process is a requirement for us to get our tariff together, reviewed from time to time, usually in an interval of about 5 years. We have passed this period. The last review was done around 2012, 2013, which gives us about 8-9 years. So we are off that one, Your Excellency, and it's necessary. We have gone through this process, and we have also online the chair of WASREP, Governor Irungu. He gave us his remarks and passed his gratitude. Of emphasis from him, he said he has a key concern for Kakamega and he would have wished to be here, but they are also recruiting their CEO today, where they are conducting the interviews, where he is the chair again. And he passed over his greetings to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we also, Your Excellency, we also went ahead from key stakeholders, majorly from the WASREP representative who is here, Mwana Jeriot, who is accompanied with the tariff expert with the WASREP. And we also heard from the Lake Victoria Waterworks Development Agency, which was online. And we have heard from the chairman of the board. Your Excellency, we were just going to go to the background of the case so that people are able to. Your Excellency, we were just going to go through the background, and we thought it would be necessary as at this entry level for us to give the background before we can allow you to make your remarks. And if you agree, Your Excellency, if you have some time, we can also allow the presentation to go on so that you get the gist of the matter that we are dealing with. But the core matter we are dealing with is the tariff. This is a consultative forum, which is a requirement under the Constitution, under the WASREP regulations. And we were given an license as Kakamega Water Company. And that license is provided with a rider that we develop the tariff. And indeed, the tariff is what we are working on so that we can be able to be in line legally with the entity, and two, so that we can, this one is not working, but okay, so that we can also, apart from just being in line with the legal framework of the regulator, we can also be able to be financially stable, Your Excellency. You agree with me? Inflation takes effect, and as an economist, it is necessary that you align that inflation to the cost and the revenues that an entity has to perform in order for that entity to be sustainable. And that's the level under which we are. We have representatives from the consumers, the single consumers or individual. Then we have also representatives from the large consumers, majorly schools, institutions, and the industrial. And we have representatives from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, represented by none other than the chair in this meeting. That high stake tells you, Your Excellency, what sort of emphasis we are putting to this process. And we are not just fulfilling the law. We want it to be a consultative forum where we are able to share and provide leadership in terms of the regulations which are coming up on this tariff, which is acceptable to both the consumer and the entity is the water company, Your Excellency. I would also like to, in conclusion, Your Excellency, to appreciate the water company as we do this. The urban water companies are forerunner, and this process, we are going to do it with the rural sooner or later. And that collaboration will deliver for us a much easier when we come to the rural water company, which is the area under which we are going, Your Excellency. With your permission, Your Excellency, I would like to ask that they give the background. Then you can also be thereafter be able to give your introduction remarks, Your Excellency. The background of this in the company profile, so that we are able to know what is, where we are and where we have come from, Your Excellency. Are we able to change the city? You know, if you are putting. Yeah, Your Excellency, we might have to adjust the seating arrangement so that you are able to see, because we wanted that background is being beamed on the screen in front. I hope it is working. You just check with it so that we are.
Kona mama, my wife ndiye ako huko. Tuko mikutano hapa, tunafanya tu online. Sisi inabidi tu tujivumilie. Nitamuongelesha then I'll update you. Sawa. Nikienda kwa kiregister. But hata ameniambia jana tuliongea something different at mama juzi. Akaniambia the advertising position this month mwisho wa hii mwezi. In general. Yanasema wamepewa approval sasa wanaenda kwa advertise again. Hii regime pia inataka employee watu. Hapa jana CGH. Uliambia ni nani? Admin. Anaitwa Titus. Wapi? Why general? CGH. Ama ulikuwa unasema nini? Nasema county. Na si ndio county. Si ndio county general hospital. Hii general inaitwa sisi tunaita CGH. Kuna job zilikuwa kwa yes. Sasa kuna vile waziri ni jirani yangu hapo kwangu huko Shimala. Yes. Sasa huyo nitamuongelesha. Nitamuongelesha tu nitakwambia. Ndio mzuri. Waziri na ofisa wote na wajua. Hata huyo vice chairman wa public service board. Hiyo local, mnaita local.
Thank you, Excellency, the Governor, and Your Excellency, Deputy Governor, and all. Take you through the company performance for the last few years with a background of information of the company that will lead us to next presentation, probably on the tariff review. This will give us a background of where we are and where we are headed. Please, next slide. So the first one is who we are. Kacwasco, Kakamega Water and Sanitation Company. We are a water service provider established under Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Services Act and incorporated under the Company Act. We are licensed and approved by the Water Service Regulatory Board. Company took over service provision from the then Victoria North Water Service Board, currently the Water Works Development Board, as from July 2016. Who we are? Our vision is to be an effective and efficient water service provider in this county and in this country. We expect to be among the top performers in terms of water provision in the country. Our mission is to provide quality, affordable, reliable, sustainable water supply and sanitation services to our stakeholders. The core values are listed there. The issue to do with integrity, honesty, equity, fairness, as mentioned in the Constitution, and the teamwork. Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company is a cluster water service provider. We serve 10 schemes indicated there. From Kakamega to Tindinho, which is Chepsonoi on the other side of the county, Nandi County. We supply Shinyalu, Muranda, Shitoli, Mumias, Navaholo, Butere, Malava, and Lumakanda to Karen. We have also been supplying the rural schemes, which will now move to a different entity in terms of the company. We have both service and underground water sources. Service water, Niyo Maji ya Mvua, and then we also have boreholes as our water sources. Kakamega, Tindinho, Shinyalu, Muranda, Shitoli, and Mumias are by gravity. Navaholo, Butere, Malava, and Lumakanda are through pumping systems. The performance over time from the year 2016 to 2017, our sales revenue in terms of millions is, you can see, was 202 in the year 2016 and progressed to 251 by last year, last financial year. Our total costs were also increasing. If you look at 2016, our costs were at 201 million, that's annually. Progressed to what we had last year, 290.6 million, against our revenue of 251 million. So that shows that there's a deficit. In 2016, the cost of production, if you look at 2016 and 2020, our revenues were almost constant, but the cost of production was going up. The O&M cost coverage is indicated there. That is our operation cost vis-a-vis what we collect. That's also proportional to what we have there in terms of the total cost, 98%, 95%. As the cost of production increases, then it comes down. Our revenue collection generally has been very good. What we bill, mostly we collect. Currently, we are doing 98%. Next. Next slide. Technical performance. Our water network coverage, 2016 to 2021. 82%. The year 2016, we moved to 84, 85, 86, and the last financial year we are at 79. This is attributed to expansion in population, which is not in tandem with our expansion of our networks, due to constraints which will be indicated. Our sewer network coverage has been almost constant at around 18% because there were no much investment in terms of sewer expansion. Sewer being a cost capital expenditure item. Our non-revenue water has been high at around 46% last year. And I think this is one of the elephants in the room, as we said in the morning, which needs to be addressed. The supply hours, an average of 21 in the first 2 years. And then in the last 2 years, we have 18 and 17 hours per day, depending on where you are. Because in places like Mumias, it's 24 hours. In some places in Kakamega, we are doing less than 12 hours. Metering ratio, this is the number of the customers who have meters in their premises. So we are doing 95%, and we should be doing 100%. We should be able to meet all our consumers. Next slide, please. The future outlook. What do we expect to have in the next 5 years? In the next, in what our strategic plan says. So we expect to do the following in the next 5 years, from this financial year to the year 2025-2026. Increase our hours of supply from the current 17 to over 22 hours per day. Increase our customer satisfaction figures from 83 to 95% and above. Our water quality is currently around 94%. We want to take that to 100%. Increase our coverage to 86% from the current 79%. This is through extension of pipes to those areas which are not served. We also expect to increase our sewer coverage from the current 17% to 26%. Our revenue average currently is around 250 million. We expect to take this to 500 million per year in the next 5 years. reduce our non-revenue from the 46% to 34% in the next 5 years. We also expect to increase access to water in the low-income areas. This will be through establishment of water kiosks in the low-income areas. Thank you. That's a background of what we'll be discussing today. There will be a technical report on what we propose in terms of the tariff change, which will be presented. Thank you by the technical minister.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Please clap for Engineer once more. And now, Your Excellency, we also have another presentation. Thank you, Waziri. We also have another presentation which will touch on the necessity of tariff adjustment. And on that note, I invite our Customer Service and Public Relations Manager, Kacwasco, Madam Mary Mariga.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega, the Deputy Governor, all protocol observed, kindly allow me to present to you about why we want our tariff to be reviewed. My name is Mary Mariga, the Customer Service Manager and the Public Relationship Manager. Okay, I think from the time we started, I'm sure our esteemed customers, you now understand why we want our tariff reviewed. Many of the speakers who have been here have spoken about the cost of living. It has gone up. And as a company, we need to actually also scale up our services. Unfortunately for us, producing water is not something we can take for granted. For example, we cannot decide that since a particular chemical has gone up, we should remove it from our budget and fix in something else or do without it. That would be compromising our quality of services. We are very, very confident with the type of water we supply to Kacwasco. You can see, for those who have water on the table, our water is good quality, but we would love to improve it even much more. And that is why we actually humbly request that our customers will support us in this noble process. We intend to improve on our coverage and especially to serve the low-income areas. We call them the LEAs. In our tariff, we have not increased the price of the water we're going to serve in the low-income areas, but we have increased slightly the price of the other consumers. It is actually noble to support people who are not able. I think we shall be blessed. So the low-income areas, the tariff will remain the same, but the rest of us, the tariff will slightly go up. We intend to increase expansion in those areas and even support the governor's venture of Amasi Humukuru. We will not be able to do that with the current tariff. Thank you so much, TM, for that. I'll go through the slides very quickly. Thank you. Yes, let's go to the next slide. I will not talk about who we are. Everybody has been talking about who we are. And I think we know. Our vision and mission is also quite clear. I want to talk about our stakeholders. Dear customers, you're very important stakeholders to us. We need your support. The county government of Kakamega has really supported us a lot, through the leadership of the governor. we have really managed to survive, especially during this COVID period. We were actually supported. Otherwise, some of us would not even have had salaries. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We really appreciate your support. And then we have the regulator. It's important to work with a license. We also have institutions. We've mentioned the universities and schools who are here. We have our suppliers. We have the religious community. We have our partners, our donors, the civil society, the Lake Victoria Services Board, and Water Resource Management Authority. We work with these and many more partners we may not have mentioned. We truly appreciate that support. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the role of our stakeholders, I've already mentioned this also. You all play a very important role. We cannot survive without you. We cannot make it. You are the ones who hold our hands so that we can take the next step. And that is why we are trying to make sure that we have a good relationship with you, our customers, and all our stakeholders, so that we can enhance the operations of the company and improve service delivery. As our motto says, customer delight. Next, please. Next slide. Yes, so let's go to the next slide, please. Now, the role of the regulator, we have WASREB here. Their main role is to protect the consumers. Consumers, you are protected by WASREB. And that is why they have come here, to make sure that we give you the right tariff. Also, the regulator is supposed to encourage efficient, affordable service provision. They're supposed to set the tariff, as they told us earlier, to also ensure alignment between standard for service delivery. All water companies have a particular standard that we're supposed to adhere to. We cannot just produce water which is not actually regulated or which is not measured according to the standards. And then we also, WASREB also has to ensure that the service is affordable. The tariff that we're going to be given has been really looked into, and it's going to be affordable, dear consumers. It will not be too much for all of us. And then, of course, if we have any dispute, WASREB is there to provide the resolution or the mechanisms to discuss this, the dispute, so that we don't go fighting. Yeah? Okay, next slide, please. Now, much has been said about why we should review the tariff. It was last reviewed 10 years ago, and we all understand how the cost of living has gone up. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the cost of living has gone up. In 2012, a cost of chlorine was going at 8,500, but now SEM is going at 12,000. We have really been struggling to make sure that we don't compromise the quality of our water. I don't think we've ever had an outbreak of any disease like cholera, not in Kakamega, not in Kakamega. Even typhoid is at the minimal. So we want to maintain that quality. And you can actually read for yourself the cost of electricity, the personnel costs, daily operation costs, you know, the pipes and fittings, transport. There are all these reasons why we're actually requesting that you support us in this noble venture. Kindly, next slide. Yeah, the impact. What will be the impact? What will be the impact? One, if we increase the tariff, we'll be able to conserve water and reduce the non-revenue water. The non-revenue water is that water which is not billed. We produce a lot, but we sell, you know, much less than what we produce. But if our tariff at least is reviewed, we will be able to invest in measures that will reduce our non-revenue water. We'll also be able to increase our water supply everywhere. Like in Mumias, I'm happy to report that we have water 24/7. But in Kakamega and in other parts of the county, we are not able to produce water for 24 hours. Also enhanced quality. Our quality is at 93%. but the regulator expects us to be at 100%. We're heading there. And then, of course, we shall increase our coverage as we support the governor on Amasi Omukuru. Equity distribution, everybody is important. Every consumer is important. And that is why we're saying that we want to increase distribution in the low income areas. Also, company viability. Some of our infrastructure were built through loans, like Victoria North can support us on this. So if we don't service our loans, if we don't pay even our suppliers, we will not be viable. If we are viable, we'll be able to attract donors and we'll be able to attract more support, and our company will not be a dying company. Maybe a question that may be asked is, will Kakamega residents have water 24/7 after the tariff review? I don't want to stand here and cheat you. This is a process, but we shall head there. With your support, we shall head there. Okay, let's continue, please. Yeah, now, benefits to the consumers. We shall increase the quality of the water supplied. We are at 93. We want to go beyond 93%. We shall also increase the hours of supply. We will be doing around 18 hours, above 18 hours. We will, okay, the quality of water should be at least above 95. We will be able to meet the current demand and increase in coverage area. We will increase the storage capacity. We will subsidize more on consumers in our low income areas by implementing the policies. We have a proper policy. We'll be able to implement it in full. And then we'll be able to improve on the turnaround time in resolving customer complaints. Kindly, next slide. Yes, in conclusion, I kindly, humbly request that you, our consumers, and you're all our consumers, please let us support this noble venture. And as a company, we are committed to providing quality service. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to end my presentation there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam. Please clap, Madam Mariga. Clap for her once more. And now, Your Excellency, I now invite our Kacwasco Technical Manager, and that is Celsius Shilewa, who will come and also make a very brief presentation on the proposed adjustments in tariff structure and level.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll take you through the presentation on how we arrived at the tariff. Determination of a tariff is a long process. It takes a lot of procedures. Right now, I have just summarized on what we have done to arrive at our current tariff. Then I'll share with you what we have as our tariff. Next slide. In order to arrive at our tariff, what we have done actually is to first get where we are producing. Then we look at what the production cost we put there. From there, we are able to tell that the average cost per meter cube will be this. From there, then we add a margin on the sale to give us now our new tariff. You can see now from the year 2020-2021, that is the tariff that we are using. We are producing 4.62 million cubic meters. of water at a cost of 290 million. The average protection cost per meter cube was 56.93. And the average tariff for that period is 65.44 shillings. Now, when you look at our expenditure and our income, you find that we are only covering 75% of our expenditure. So we are not breaking even. The 25% is being lost. Now, come to what we have proposed, our tariff. 2021, 2022, we want to produce 4.8 million cubic meters at a cost of 394.7 million. You'll wonder, why is it that the costs have increased from 290 to 394? You have a lot of investment that we are planning to do if this tariff goes through. Among the investments are expansion of our networks, rehabilitation of our plants that are not doing to optimal. We are also doing the equipping of our laboratories to make sure that we get the quality that is assured. Then at the same cost, the production cost per meter cube will be 82.18 Kenya shillings. With a margin, then you get our tariff will be 91.31 Kenya shillings per meter cube. Cost coverage at that rate, we'll be doing 103%. You can see we are just breaking even now at that point. There you can say now the company is becoming sustainable. We have tried as much as possible not to make a lot of surplus, but just to break. Come 2022, 2023, the same process. You can notice that what we are producing, we are trying to maintain it at a certain level. And we are trying to reduce the water losses that we are incurring so that can capitalize on the water to sell it. So the tariff, the average cost per meter cube for 2022-2023 will be 84.1 Kenya shillings per meter. Then the average tariff will be 91.41. Cost coverage will be 104%. Come 2023-2024, average cost per meter cube will be 86.25 Kenya shillings. Average tariff will be 92.74 Kenya shillings per meter cube. We are maintaining the cost coverage at about 104. So our last year for the implementation of the tariff 2022-2026, we shall be doing average cost per meter cube of 92.3 Kenya shillings per meter cube. Then the tariff there will be about 97.15 Kenya shillings per meter cube. Cost coverage there will be about 102. If you notice well, for the whole entire period of the tariff, we are doing at least 100% cost coverage. Next. Now, when you come up with the tariff, we are also some conditions that we have to make from the regulator. You have to show your commitment that once we implement this tariff, what will be the impact on the normal customer? So already my colleague had said about the water quality, ensuring that we comply 100%. You can see, currently we are doing 94%, and we project to do 100% starting 2023-2024 on water quality compliance. Service hours, we are saying currently 70, want to increase it to almost 24%, 24 hours per day, if possible. And that comes with a lot of investment in the infrastructure. Water coverage, it's 79%, will increase gradually. We are hoping by the end of the tariff period, it should be at 86 or more than 86%. So sewerage coverage, currently we have 80. We hope to implement and now for measures, do most of the extensions and come to almost 25. For sewerage, it's a very capital intensive exercise and you need a lot of capital investment. That's why you can see the coverage is still low. Connections, currently we are 27,865. We want to progressively increase our consumer database. We are hoping by 2025-2026, we shall be doing 35,456 or even more. Non-revenue we are doing at 46%. We want to reduce it drastically, almost to 34%. Staff per 1,000 connections, we are doing 7%, 7 staff per 1,000 connections. We want to struggle as much as possible to increase our connections so that we serve more consumers with lean staff. You know, at times you get that when your revenue increases, you start increasing your staff. No, that is not our aim. As also we are regulated, we want to maintain the staffs, but improve our services. On customer satisfaction, actually, which is the last indicator on the consumer. Currently, we are doing at 83% due to our last customer satisfaction survey. We want to improve it as we improve our water supply and come to more than 95% by the end of the implementation period. I will share with you now the product of all these things that we are doing here now. What the customers, the actual changes in the tariff. What I'm presenting here is we have already issued you on this Excel sheet, actually showing us all the changes we have done on our tariff. Our customers, we have categorized them into categories. Those are domestic, industrial, government institutional, even water kiosks. So those are the changes that we want to exactly will happen. When I start with most of those customers who form major part of us, are the domestic customers. Our current tariff, we are charging them a flat rate. Okay, and a standing rate when you consume between 0 to 6 meter cubed. You are charged 45 Kenya shillings per meter cubed. In our proposed tariff, you will be charged according to what you consume. You can see we are starting from 1 to 6 meter cube. If you consume below 1 meter cube, that's when you get us the standing. But anything from 1 meter to 6 meter cube, that will be actual consumption and will be charged. And the cost now is coming to 80 Kenya shillings per meter cube, all the way from 45. You can imagine if we were to do the tariff reviews from the time of 2012, we'll have done 3 tariff reviews. Then the next is the next band of 7 to 20 meter cube consumption. The current rate is 67.50. And in the new tariff, it will be about 110. This replicates to all the other customer categories that we can look through the sheets we have. So that is the summary of the impact of our review. And then there's another cost that I will wish to share, the miscellaneous costs that are attached, like when you want to make a new connection, how much you are charged. I think that, I don't know. We are experiencing some technical hitch. Okay, can.
So members, I believe at least you have this copy that the officer is trying to present. You may refer to that.
Yeah, here you have the standing charges per connection. For half an inch meter, you have the standing charge meter rent of 50 Kenya shillings. Just has been retained. 3/4 an inch meter, it is 100 Kenya shillings. 1 inch is 250 Kenya shillings. It increases up to 8 inch and above, wherever the maximum charge is 2,000 Kenya shillings. That is per month. Then you have the water deposit for new customers. For domestic consumers, the deposit will be 2,500. For retail shop consuming less than 10 meter cube per month, it will be 3,000. For retail shops consuming more than 10 meter cube per month, it will raise to 3,500. Bars, restaurants that consume less than 15 meter cube per day, it will be 4,000. These charges are increasing in category with the institutions. Then we have other charges that will be charging, like when you want to do a minor construction site that will consume more than 200 meter cube per month, you'll be charged 15,000, a deposit of 15,000 to make. If you do a major construction site that consumes more than 300 meter cube per month, you'll be doing a deposit of 50,000 to get a connection. For light industries that consume less than 200 meter cube, the deposit is 30,000. For medium industries between 200 and 300, the deposit is 30,000. For heavy industries that consume more than 300 meter cube per month, the deposit for them is 100,000. Then for water kiosks, the deposit is 5,000. You can see for water kiosks, the deposit is lower because these are meant to serve the poor areas, and we try to subsidize their costs. Other charges that will be charged we are also offering the browser services. So the sale of water per meter cube at browsing points to those consumers who want to use water and have browsers. Actually, the charges will be 80 Kenya shillings per meter cube, then the capacity of the browser. I think I'll come to an end of that one. The list is large, it's huge. So that is just a summary. If you don't have, I think we'll share more with you. Then you have some surcharges. If you do a direct sanction of water from the main supply, you expect to be charged 10,000. That is to actually prohibit people installing pumps direct into the lines and 9 other people. We have a surcharge for tempering with the meters, that is 55,000. If you do a self-reconnection, after disconnection, you will also be charged 5,000. If you damage a meter, you'll be charged cost equivalent to that meter. Your Excellency, I think that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please clap for the presenter once more. So, Your Excellency, I'm aware and I know your program is quite tight, but as we continue to appreciate your presence, allow me to request that with your intelligence, sir, our CEC member brings His Excellency the Deputy Governor to invite you to also speak to us, so that then we can, or Your Excellency is you have guided Deputy Governor, please, you come and invite His Excellency, so that then we can do plenary later as we continue with this very important forum. So, Your Excellency, your podium is being mounted very fast. The officers thought we were to run up to the end so that you come in later. Kindly fix it for His Excellency, the Deputy Governor. Move it around here.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega County, Dr. Wycliffe Betts Oparanya, the CC, Judge of Water, the Chairman, Kacwasco, Professor Airo, the CEO, the Chief of SAS, President, all staff, Kakamega County and Kacwasco. Good afternoon. I think, Your Excellency, we can see that Kacwasco has come a long way from the time when it was started, and it linked from Lake Victoria North water supply. I think what Kacwasco is doing, I think, is one of the bills that we discussed one time, and went through a bill where Kacwasco, I think they had to fulfill certain things. The regulator wanted them to fulfill certain things, and we went through the bill, and it was passed. And I understand now they are working very well with the WASREP. And that's, I think, the kind of thing that we would like to encourage. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank actually Kacwasco through the CEO for the good relationship that now we have established with the WASREP. We expect you to do the service that is necessary for the people of Kakamega to gain from this. You have a baby, the rural one, that I think with the experience, you should be able to babysit them so that they also are able to stand. Your Excellency, I think before, Your Excellency, I think with those few remarks, Your Excellency, I would like to invite you to address the participants of today.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us to come here. And I want to thank you for the good job you are doing so far. Water sector has been a very major challenge. When I took over as governor, my dream was to supply water to every household. or if I could not achieve that, but substantially maybe 50% of our household, 300 houses. And we started this journey by having a consultant. We had a consultant who helped us map out where water was available, where it was assumed, what were the sources of water in the entire county. And if we were now we wanted to tap water, where would we go? And quite a number of recommendations were made through that consultant report. And I think one of the major recommendations was that we split the urban and create rural. And that was meant that where many people are living is the rural area. The rural area, but most of the rural schemes were not operational. They had collapsed because of various reasons, and they needed to be revived. And for them to be revived, we required a day-to-day attention. And that's how we thought that the rural water will assist us in this. It has taken time for the rural water to get, to become operational. I think generally in this country, we have never got the formula right. Water is a basic need. And since it's a basic need, it should be affordable by everybody. But we find water being a basic need is more expensive than fuel. Is that not so? This water, unless you are taking it from the jugs like we are doing, but if you go and buy the one bottle, you will find it's more expensive. I think there must be something wrong. And within the water sector, there are also so many players. And you see, these players are not there for free. They need to be funded. And they have to be funded from the same resource. So the consumer is overburdened because he has to sustain. So you have WASREP, WERIMA, you have the water boards. And then when you now come to ourselves, we have also a water board there. We have the rural one. All these institutions thrive from the consumer. And maybe this is what is making water expensive. I think in my second or third year, I managed to go to Israel during the World Water Day. It's there every year. I was looking forward to going last year, but because of COVID, we could not go. And what I found out is that the water sector in Israel is very well structured. There is an institution that produces bulk water. And this essence, I think Lake Victoria North will be the institution to produce bulk water. So theirs is to produce. And then they sell it as a block, 1 meter, just 1 meter fitted. They sell it to the water boards. In this case, the county. They sell the water to the county, and the county will now be able to sell it to the consumer. Here, Lake Victoria North, and I hope you are here, we also want to do a boreholes within our own region. A responsibility that should be left to county governments. Them, they should be at Tildinya, bringing the water from there, and then we agree the meeting point, we put the meter, and straight away we buy water from there. Bulk water. But we find they are doing boreholes, they are bringing other players, they are doing boreholes. We have NGOs, they are doing boreholes. Like I used to hear of Kifinko. They did so many boreholes in this Kakamega County. But most of these boreholes, it has been very difficult to sustain them. Some of them were silted and they could not operate. And these boreholes were everywhere. And this is what we were saying, this was a low-lying fruit that we could exploit. So what is critical here, that as county government and national government, we have to agree on our roles clearly. Because these duplications that we have is also an expense to the consumer. There was the Water Board, the Water Act, which was passed. If you look at that Water Act very carefully, you see that it conflicts in other areas. It conflicts the Constitution. What is the role of the county government and what is the role of the national government? So there is a lot of conflict. If you look at the figures that we are pointing here, the turnover that we expect, these figures are very attractive. But also, professionalism in the water sector is lacking. You see pipes lying everywhere. Outside, some exposed. When we do roads, we destroy some of them, and it takes time to have them replaced. There is no standard to say that if you are laying a pipe here, it should be such a depth. Or if there is such a recommendation, then it is not being followed. It seems our people are not following. This is the time now we are starting to do the 10 kilometer. You will see so many pipes. And in the process, there is a lot of water just flowing there, unattended to. What you call non-revenue water there, which is not charged. So that loss is what is being translated into higher tariffs to charge the consumers. Also, I think as a county, we have not invested enough in the sector. If we have to realize our objective of having water everywhere in the house, in every homestead, then we need to invest more in water sector. But as a county, we are also constrained because of other competing interests. And we thought that Kacwasco will be able to realize more sources so that they reinvest in the water sector. And we are just able to supplement as a county. I think that should be the aim. I have also discovered that we have so many small water projects all over, dotted all over the county. Some struggling to operate, some not operating at all. For example, I will give the soil water projects. We have been talking about it for the last 2 years. I happen to come from that area. That water project is not operational. It was operated a few months because of pipe being put just near the surface. It rained, they were washed out. No standards. And I remember there was a note to query. The quality of pipes were very poor. The size was not the correct one. In fact, we were forced to go there and check the county assembly. The committee in charge of water was forced to go there and they dug to see what type of pipes have been used. They found that the specifications that were put in the PICI were not the ones used in that particular project. And that's what I was saying, professionalism, because nobody was supervising that project. As such, a lot of money has been put in that project and it's not operational. And because of that loss, is being charged to consumers. Electricity costs are too high. In this country, electricity costs are unbearable. And if all water projects have to run on electricity, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go nowhere. Unless something happens in the electricity sector, it is going to be impossible to sustain some of these water projects. That's why we say as a county, where we can use solar, let us invest in solar. So solar should be part of the project. So as we start a project, straight away go for solar as part of that project. Otherwise, if you have to rely on electricity, it is terrible. This is also a sector where there is a lot of mismanagement and corruption. And where this mismanagement, the cost of that mismanagement, the cost of that corruption is passed to the consumer. I will invite the chairman and maybe the CEO to go to Israel and see what Israel they are doing. The cost of water is low. And that's what I thought as a county, let us have major projects. Like yesterday, the project I saw in Musembe. That's a very commendable project. If it is operationalized, it will cover, it will be able to service 22,000 people. That's nearly a whole world. Those are the projects we need. Economies of scale. Should cost 100 million. But if you go for these projects of 10 million, 5 million, 15 million, 20 million, I tell you, you will not sustain. And let us connect as many people as possible. This idea of people coming to your offices to fill forms for connectivity. Go to people's home, put water there, and then they'll tell the person to come to the office to pay. But if you tell our illiterate people, oh, forms to go up or fill, later deposit. Utangojea, why can't you think out of the box? Why can't you think out of the box? We are doing the same way we were behaving when we were getting independence, that people have to come and pay deposit and form and so on. You know, you can avoid that deposit by knowing there is a deposit and you spread it over 12 months. The consumer will not discover that you have charged the deposit. By the time you call the person, we are still thinking the same ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, to me, I'm not convinced that water should be as expensive as it is. I'm not convinced. If you ask me, I will say no increment. But to go and work around what I'm telling you, think out of the box. How do we make water even cheaper? You remember this Warma, what I told them to be away? We can also create a regulator amongst ourselves. I hope they are hearing. Because our mandate is to distribute water. So in that distribution of water, we can have also a regulator within ourselves as a county. I know the chair is my friend, but he found the institution there. Why can't we have a regulator here? We pass legislation to have a regulator. That, if you don't get money from wherever, their donor money, but donor money can also come direct to counties. We are getting donor money straight from World Bank. World Bank is now dealing direct with the counties in terms of roadwork development, especially in the municipalities. We get money straight away from World Bank. They come and assess the county, assess that municipality. They put their conditions. This is what we require. There should be a manager. There should be a board. It should be semi-autonomous. They give us marks and they go and say, we will give you such a money. This money has been coming. This improvement you see us do here in these municipalities, most of it is World Bank coming direct. But here now you are saying, we have to go to Warma, there is money. But we can also raise money. Why can't you raise money if you think out of the box? If there is a lot of connectivity, I've told people that I'm not interested in having those big projects. But when you have that big projects, How many people have you connected? That is what is crucial. As you connect people, assuming that in Kakamega here you connect everybody, economies of scale will be there. The money you will get, even if you say every homestead, we have 600 homesteads, 600. Even if you say 600, it is just 1,000 shillings. How much will be that money? 600,000. Just 1,000 shillings. You will get 600 million shillings just in a year like that. And they are major consumers, industrial setup, like West Kenya, Butali, Mumias, if it was operating. There are hotels here big, which are consuming a little more. You charge them a little more to subsidize the rural areas. But you are the players. Me, I can just advise. You need to computerize. That's something you will find in Israel. Everything is computerized. You watch on the board every day. Where there is a leakage, you know that leakage is at Malaba at such a point. Someone will just go immediately and correct it. And they have a substance that they put into the pipe itself, and it will go and seal that place without even you, human being, getting involved. There's a substance that will just go there around that place, they open, they put in, and the place is sealed. Those are some of the technologies that we require here. So computerization is crucial. So long as you are sending people to read meters, you will never succeed. Mtu anakuja kuread meter, uandike chini, unajua tutaongea. Someone is going to disconnect, disconnect, ni pesa ngapi? Ni shilingi 2,000. Wacha nikupe 200, kwenda kule lunch uniwachie kidogo nitafuta pesa. That is the language that will continue being there. But if you have automated these things, you don't need to send someone there. You disconnect it from the source here. Whoever is looking at those, he knows. And they will always, if it's green, that person has paid. If it's red, this person has not paid. And it's just disconnected from there. So you don't need all these meter readers with the picky, with the water, with the using a lot of fuel, run around. And when they're idle, they now do matatu with the same picky. This is what I'm telling you. Unless you guys think out of the box, we will come here, next year you will be calling me here, but let us review again. Because you are not thinking out of the box. To me, I would recommend no increase. In this, go and think out of the box. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Please clap once more for His Excellency the Governor. May I now, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the Chair, Board, Kacwasco, to move a vote of thanks. And sir, even after that, we really request that you take some 5 minutes with us here. We have a very brief ceremony of cake cutting, and we wish you be with us. This also being a customer service week, that we do demonstrate with you in serving our clients. Karibu, Chairman.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega County, our Deputy Governor present herein, and all participants in this review meeting, Allow me, first of all, to thank His Excellency for stirring the pot and challenging us to think differently as we shepherd the Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company. Your Excellency, we have heard your sentiments, and perhaps that's why we are in this review, to ask many questions. I know the instructions you gave me about water to every household, and I know your cry about automation, particularly of the Kakamega city to become the municipality. We also understand your pro-poor initiative for the people who cannot afford the water, so that there's a safety net. Your Excellency, we are sharply focused on the big institutions, particularly your efforts at the referral hospital. That's a big income earner, our Masinde Muliro University and other institutions in the county. We will take up the challenge, and the reason why we are pleading for a tariff review is that we would like to have a substantial amount of money to be able to do what you're telling us to do. What we should plead to you is that we shall be accountable if the review goes through, so that what you are asking of us, you can see it and we are able to deliver it. Your Excellency, as the rural company, we want to support, the urban company, we want to support the rural company so that we reach the majority of households which are out there. I think you have set the standard for Kakamega in the country, and without exaggeration, many of us feel very proud anywhere we go. When you mention Kakamega, whether it is the economy, whether it is health, we have done very well, infrastructure, etc. And this is what we want to do. We want to stop coming to knock at your door for funding, for distribution. And we are hoping that given this review and given the inflation and the economic performance, we should be able to help you with that vision of getting water for people of Kakamega. So I would like to really ask all of us to stand. We have been sitting for long, let us stand. I normally joke and tell people I'm an orphan politically, because I used to be a very strong KANU supporter. And you know, Moi went, so KANU is not where it was. But Your Excellency, please support us with the review and then ask us to account. So tunasema asante, your coming means you are with us, and we feel very encouraged being our father for coming to support us. WASREB is here. They are now working with us. Because it is a regulator, we want to live up to the expectations so that they don't shut us out. As you have said, they keep saying, if you don't do this, you won't get this. So that we are now with them, and we are happy that they are ready to work with us. And I want to thank you for taking up with the chairman of WASREB in our meetings in Nairobi to see that things are normalized as we think of greater autonomy as a county. Makofi ya mheshimiwa. Moja, mbili, tatu. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Ati? Hello.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. And thank you so much, Professor Labanairo. Your Excellency, it's now time for a cake cutting. However, I'm informed, Your Excellency, if you allow, this is outside protocol, but your very good friend and colleague, the former governor for Laikipia County, Honorable John Irungu, who is the chair WASREB, sir, is online, and he will really wish also to share a word with you and the congregation here before we proceed to cut cake, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let me take this opportunity, to thank the governor. Governor is a dear friend since 2013. And even before then, when he was the Minister for Fiscal Planning, actually he was a friend. And I really appreciate him, and even the role that he's taking as the chair of the Council of Governor. I really appreciate the support that he has given, even to the water sector, and even the way, Governor, my brother, you have articulated on the issues of water. I know we have been having a lot of engagement with you, particularly on the issue of getting the Kakamega Water Company to a higher level. And today it culminates to out of the discussion that we have been getting and dialogue with you, and then you left it to us because I told you mimi ndiye kijana yako ya mkono kwa wakati huu. Well, I'm the chair of WASREB, and to make sure that I whip the Kakamega Water Company to get to the point that they are today. I'm a proud person, and even if my contract comes to an end, I'll be a proud person that I have made Kakamega Water Company to where it is, that we are in a position that we can be able to negotiate for the review of the tariff, knowing that we have been negotiating, discussing and all that. And because as you are aware that there are terms and conditions that we are given by the various as much as we would want to work on our own independence, but again, there is a support that we might require. And the problem with the donors that they come with their own terms and conditions, which is sometimes we must adhere to them for us to benefit for the sake of our people. And therefore, there are some of the things that we require. And looking forward for sustainability. One thing I want to recommend the governor is that the water company, the Kakamega Water Company, and I wish the community and the residents of Kakamega would appreciate that they have been continuing getting water through your support. It's not because the Kakamega Water Company have been sustainable, because even the cost recovery, they couldn't get anywhere near to recover the cost, even the cost of producing that water to get to the people. And that's the reason why there is the need of reviewing the tariff. The increase might seem to be higher, but in the long run, if there is no that increase of the tariff, then it means the county government will continue supporting this. And in your working out of the county government, I would sympathize with the Kakamega residents, and I would be 100% would not be able to sustain operational maintenance, and even the reticulating and operating, expanding water supply to the other people if they don't review the tariff. And therefore, the legacy that you can leave, the only good thing that you can leave to the water company, as you probably get to a higher position up there in the national, is leaving a Kakamega Water Company in the urban and in the rural more sustainable, that on their own, they can operate on their own without the support of the county government in terms of the revenue, in terms of the funding and financing of operation and maintenance. A basic thing of operation and maintenance, they must, for them to be able to continue supplying water services and sanitation to the people of Kakamega, both in the urban and in the rural, they must be able, at minimum, to meet the operation and maintenance. That is the cost of recovery. And that's why I was kind enough to engage and even try to make sure that today this tariff review happens. And therefore, I also plead with you, as what the chairman have pleaded with you, that for you, rather than because tomorrow you might not be there, because I know it's a higher position, and therefore, rather than leaving Kakamega people under the mercy of who comes, and we don't know who comes and how the interpretation will be, it is good that you leave them as good days, as a legacy for you, having that the Kakamega Water Company have a reviewed tariff that can be able to take them 5 years and thereabout, and probably they can reduce as time goes by, when they have been able to establish themselves, they have been able to recreate water in terms of the water metering coverage have been increased, and even they have made the measures to reduce the non-revenue water. Because the moment they bring it down, and not even to the 34% that they have mentioned, I would want to be looking forward that they should come all the way to 25%. And when they get there, they will be able to reduce even the tariff to a lower level. Even I know your heart, I know your passion and of helping your people, and particularly the poor, that they get almost free won't get there. But again, the state, then they must be able to meet the tariff as they head on. But for now to start on, for them to be able to establish themselves well, they must have that review of the tariff as it is now. So for me, that's what I would want to plead with you. And I assure you and my total commitment that we'll still, as the chair of the WhatsApp before my time comes to an end by February, to support the water company to continue giving supply and meeting your objective and the vision for the Kakamega people. And I commit myself to continue hard holding the Kakamega Water Company as the way I have done it even before, even getting today. So that's my commitment. And I thank you and I wish you all the best as we look forward for getting to you and supporting you. Even the other call, the higher call up there, just know that as a colleague, we are together with you. Thank you.
Please clap for Honorable Irongo. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that brief address. Thank you so much. And members, I applaud you so much. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, sir, we now move to the bit for having our cake. And let me just request the following members before His Excellency the Governor joins us to cut the cake, to come and align themselves properly. Our Deputy Speaker, Kakamega County, please. The Chair, Water Committee, please. You will be representing the Assembly and the members present here, committee members. Kindly move, you'll be guided on where to stand. Our CC member for water, kindly move forward. Kacwasco management will require CEO, Abdi, engineer. Our CEO, rural, please follow. And chair board, professor. Let me also request the presence of a representative of our clients, Okanya, kindly. Yes, Jacqueline, come. And now, Mheshimiwa Governor and the Deputy Governor, you begin by doing the necessary. You wash your hands. You will wash your hands first. So, mtasimama hapa mupeane nafasi vizuri governor akikata keki. Wasreb, we had a representation from Wasreb. Come. Nani mama anajua kuimba wimbo ya kata keki? Iko wimbo hapa? Basi DJ itengeneza kitu mzuri, governor aanze tukatie keki ili tukule mzuri. Mtasonga hapa ambao nimewaita, we will wish you to just witness. Wakati governor anamaliza kukata keki, tutapiga makofi mzuri. Alafu wale wahusika staff, you will now serve, na tunamalizia hapo, tunaendelea na mkutano mbele. Wapi makofi ya kukamata hiyo keki mzuri, piga makofi. Sweet, 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 gavana anaserve kwanza alishe kiongozi naibu wa gavana, na hiyo ni hafla mzuri kabisa. Wachukue wenyewe. Thank you very much. Proper makofi mazuri.
Baraka nyingi, baraka tunahitaji. Tumepokea kiasi, bali twataka nyingi. Utakuwa na baraka, hilo ni neno lake.
Asante, turudi kwa viti na mheshimiwa gavana sasa uko huru kuondoka. You are at liberty, Your Excellency, to leave at your own pleasure. And because we have also prepared some space for your lunch, Your Excellency, we'll appreciate you will be guided and enjoy that lunch with us. And now hand over the program back to my elder sister, Madam Mary Mariga, to take us through the remaining part. Karibu, Madam.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the Governor. Thank you so much, all the participants. Right now, I want to invite all the Kacwasco staff to come here, and we serve our esteemed partners and customers. Please come here and help in the service. This is our brand. When we serve you, we will be branded. Let nobody come to your home who is not branded. Utamuuliza jitambue. Akikupatia hiyo jitambue number, look for it in the system. We will be branded. We want to be efficient in our service delivery, quick and fast, turnaround time. So kindly don't leave this place without enjoying our cake. And we hope our services will also be enjoyed. Happy Customer Service Week. We love you, we celebrate you, and we value you. After this, we shall have a plenary, and I will request, just because of time, we're all tired, we've been here since 8, just 6 customers who have burning issues to come to the front, and then they can raise the concerns that maybe you want noted arising from this particular meeting. We want to be smart. We want to be presentable. We want to be efficient. And we want to make you delighted.
Twahitaji, tumepokea kiasi, bali twataka nyingi. Baraka nyingi, baraka twahitaji, tumepokea kiasi, bali twataka nyingi. Come on!
That cake was professionally made.
Come on! Imani
Just before the plenary, I will invite our regulator to come and also guide us so that you, our esteemed consumers, may be confident. So continue munching on the cake as our regulator comes to guide us on this, and then we shall ask for your opinion. Asante. Kindly be patient.
Hello? I hope we I hope we still have a few minutes. Can you seek can we seek your indulgence to give us a few minutes? You do realize that we were slightly interrupted in terms of the program, which we understand because of the schedule of His Excellency the Governor. But I think we've all had the sentiments, which for me are very good because the county is very key in terms of organizing water services within the county. And if you look at it, of course, he said his opinion is that he wouldn't want to see an increase. But also as people currently enjoying that service, we have said we have about 400,000 people within the area of service of, is it Kacwasco? By the way, CEO, do we still have the C? Now that we have a county WSP, a rural WSP, do we still have the C in your name or the C should go? The governor seemed to have removed the C. Ama midlisikia vibaya. Niliona kama alisema Kacwasco. And I think for me, that should be the way to go because the extent of service area for the current companies, not the entire county. But I was going to say this. Ukiangalia, tumesema county number 37 iko na how many people? About 2 million. Sindio? The current area of service of the current Kacwasco is about 400,000. Sindio? Out of the 400,000, the people who are currently getting service are less than 60% of that. Yeah? So, you know, we can decide that as people currently getting service, hatutaki hao watu wapate pesa, ndio wa extend services. And they've told us, if you give us the resources, including what the chair said, we will be able to expand access to water services. And so we care about our brothers out there. So we're saying make a contribution. As the county puts in 700 million every year to expand access, make a contribution as a consumer to ensure that that person out there, Malaba or the other places, gets service. No, the other thing I think I did mention in the morning is that that is water services. But still wamesema sewerage wako ngapi? Nani nakumbuka? Jeremiah, you're a chair of the exhausters, and and thanks for coming because we've had interactions with you in the past. What is access to sewer? 18%. I know you will say that a very huge proportion of the population, but wako na on-site solutions, septic tanks, pit latrines. But let's also be very honest. You know, nationally, we say on average about 12% of the people still go to the bush. It may not be exactly the bush. It could be some form of open defecation. Labda hakuna huko kwenu, ama kunayo. Ndio mkikuja kama washikadau wa maji, you must be ready to talk that language. I know when you have a septic, or you have a sewer system, when you flush, do you think about where it goes? Mbona hamtaki muongee hizi mambo? You know, it is, if you don't talk about waste, and kitu moja tumerealize from COVID, sindio? It's undocumented statistics, and we're happy that we have university dons here. Kwa sababu ya kuosha mikono, ama kunawa mikono because of the challenges presented by COVID, we were told the proportion of people going to hospitals because of these diarrheal diseases ilienda chini, sindio? So unless we talk candidly about sanitation, and talk about where human waste goes, we can't address that challenge. Na najua tukiuliza hapa, you know, who will be very candid, aseme, what is the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? There was somebody here from Tariff. What would the first thing somebody does when they wake up? I know some people will say they pray, fine, we pray, and then after prayers, you take a shower. After the shower, Engineer, I think you've said it. The first thing is use the toilet. Yeah, we can say we pray to address some of these issues. It will catch up with us. Your access to sanitation is
sustainability of Kacwasco. Now we call it Kacwasco. We want to call it Kacwasco because Kacwasco is a bit easy to say. For Kacwasco to be sustainable, and sustainable, we are looking at to the next generation, to those people who will come after us. They will find a company that is still there, that is still able to give them service. There are certain conditions that must be met or depends, that sustainability depends on. One of them is the policy and political environment. This is to the policy makers. Which kind of policy are they coming up with? Are they policies that are able to steer the company to the unforeseeable future? Now, the political environment, we'll all agree that there are some problems or the challenges within the society that require political solutions. Whether we like it or not, there are certain issues that if you approach them in any other way other than political, you'll not be able to solve them. So political environment is very, very, very important, and it's important to have a good working relationship between the management of the company and the political players within that particular territory they're offering the services. Management capacity. We have talked about professionalism. You have to hire people or have in place staff who are competent enough to deliver or to carry out the tasks that are needed. We're looking at technical capacity. This is to do with infrastructure, renewal of asset, the kind of asset that we need. Our water sources. Is there water? You know, you can be having this infrastructure. You could be having the pipeline, but with no water. Are we protecting our sources of water? We are looking at social and cultural factors. These are issues relating with who we are as a people. There are certain norms or beliefs or cultural practices we do that somehow will affect the provision of water. Then we are looking at the one which is very important as why we are here, financial sustainability, which we are going to discuss further. Financial sustainability is just the ability of your company to be able to sufficiently run its operations in terms of meeting the cost of operations. Now, financial sustainability will depend on two issues, will depend on two, but will, after we are able to meet that, we'll also be able to achieve certain things. So for us to have financial sustainability, you need sufficient inflows of revenue, and not just sufficient, they should also be predictable. The flow of revenue should be sufficient and also predictable. Now, once the company has sufficient and predictable revenue, they should be able now to offer efficient services, service delivery. We have talked about delighted customers. Your services should be efficient, and then there will be also progressive realization of universal coverage, enlarging our customer base, making water more available to the consumers and to their population. Now, for us to realize that financial sustainability, I've talked about predictable financing. Why do we need this? Now, this financing is required for the company to be able to meet its operation and maintenance costs. That is just the routine, the day-to-day working of the company. They need money to be able to achieve that. There's also improving quality of service. We are talking about reliability, drinking water quality. Still, that is part of production and service delivery. Then infrastructural development. We want to acquire new assets. We want also to replace the old and dilapidated ones. All these things will require finances. Now, our sources of finances, and my colleague and our director, Mr. Cheriot, had talked about the treaties. So I won't talk much about them. We have the taxes, transfers, and tariff. And of the three, tariff is the one that we are championing for because it is reliable. You can control it. Yeah, it is within your power. You can control the funds that you're getting from tariff. But these are the ones you're getting from external bodies. You can't really have much in terms of their predictability and reliability. So we are really pushing for water companies to be dependent on tariff or revenue generated from tariff. Now, tariff adjustment. Now we are going to look at the types of tariffs. We have the regular tariff adjustment. Like this one we are going through here. This is one of them. This is a comprehensive review of the tariffs. Normally take 3 to 5 years, and it's a fixed tariff structure, like the one we are going to we are discussing here today. Then we have what we call automatic tariff adjustment. This is a tariff that changes every 12 months. Yeah, it changes every 12 months just to be able to recover the cost of production as a result of maybe changes in prices of commodity due to inflation. Maybe I'll just to mention something to do with indexation. Indexation is part of it because after every 12 months, we'll want to adjust the tariff a little bit just to take care of inflation. And that normally takes place after every 12 months. That is 1st of July, when you start a new year. Then we have the extraordinary tariff adjustment. This is very rare, but it normally happens. If we can remember well, we had some in 2009. Normally, when things are not really okay within the sector, then the decision makers will say to save the situation, let us just have a 12-month tariff as we put our things in order. Let's move. Now, how do we determine a tariff? Now, tariff has two components. We look at the operation and the maintenance cost components, which is those are now the variable cost. And we also look at the fixed cost components, which comprise of asset, debt, service components. Those are the loans we took that I need to repay. We are looking at the asset renewal components. The assets, these are infrastructure or any other asset of the WSP that needed to be replaced or maintained. Then we look at the investment components. Now the company will want maybe to make investment or maybe increase maybe water network or maybe sewer network. Those are investment. Now all those, we're calling it total cost. So total cost is basically the OC, which is the operational maintenance cost plus the fixed cost. Now for indexation, we only consider the operation and maintenance cost. Fixed cost is not used when you're making adjustment due to inflation. Now, the tariff process. This the process the tariff take. Process start with application, which was made. For the case of Kakamega, since they are big WSP or a big water company, they had to first do what we call socioeconomic study, which is simply a study of your willingness and ability to pay of your consumer. So that was done. Then the application was done and submitted to WASREB. We looked at it, it was analyzed. After the analysis, now goes to approval of determination. At this stage, it is still not approved. And this stage, we are still a proposed. So it could be approved or it could not be, it could probably end up not being approved. But basically, that is what the whole process in summer. Let's move. Now, after the tariff is approved, what happens next? Yeah, that is a question, but because of time, let's just move on. Now, when the tariff is approved, it's now upon the company or the water company to implement this tariff. We have tariff for different services. You had a technical manager here, not only talking about the water tariff, but also miscellaneous charges. So the tariff will come with some different services will be implemented. Those sector benchmarks, such as the quality of service and efficiency, those conditions that were attached there, will want the water company to implement them and just stick to them. Then there is realization of strategic plan. Again, there's plans to be implemented by the water company. That is to be done by the WSP or the water company, in this case, Kacwasco. Now, us as a regulator, what is our role once the tariff is approved? We have a role of, we want to find out whether did this tariff achieve the intended objectives. How do we do that? We normally do what we call tariff implementation reviews, yeah, where we move around and inspect or do audits to see whether the approved tariff structure is being effected or being applied properly. We look at the tariff conditions, whether the water companies are adhering to the tariff conditions. We're looking at the investment. The investments are attached to the tariff. We say during this particular year, we'll do 1, 2, 3. Is the water company doing that? We also look at the service delivery targets. You've heard people here talk about hours of supply, drinking water quality, maybe non-revenue water. So we'll want to see, are they really achieving these targets, or we passed the tariff and people went back to sit and pay themselves salaries. So we make a follow-up. And then we also want to see the nature and level of expenditure. With this tariff, we have attached what was presented here is a highly summarized document, but there is more details into even the amount that should be spent towards payment of their salaries, payments that goes towards maybe repair and maintenance expenditure. So we want to see whether the water company will stick to those budget focus or the shift. So basically, that is what we do. And we also want to see the accuracy of our forecast, because see, we are trying to project the future. We are trying to say that in the next few years, the revenue of Kacwasco will be this much. In our inspections, we'll want to see were they able to actually realize this revenue. We are trying to make a projection that our cost will be this much. We want to see was there deviation, but by how much? How accurate were our forecasts? So basically, that is what we do after tariff review. That is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Wasreb. And thank you so much, our customers, for your patience. We are almost through. We've eaten the whole cow. It's just remaining the tail. At times, direction is better than speed. So Wasreb have given us direction. We now want to go into the plenary, and you'll allow us to give our online customers a chance first. There are just a few who have shown interest in speaking. And then after that, we shall have 2 or 3 from here because of time. And then I think the session will be over. So the following will talk to us. If we are ready, Job, you can tell us. We have Dr. Kwedo. We have Madam Euphrasia. We have Madam Beatrice. And we have Cholet. They should address us right now. Whoever is ready, or we can go by that direction I've given. Okay, fine. Let's have Euphrasia. Euphrasia, if you can hear us, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you able to hear me, Mariga?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Karibu.
Fantastic. So my name is Euphrasia Luseka. I'm a water governance expert. I have worked with Kacwasco from the donor perspective. I think ever since it was an idea, from the days that it was Western Water up to date. So I would say that I have been able to see Kacwasco growing from the time it was from the time it was just an idea up to now, that we are hoping that the baby can no longer crawl, but the baby can now be able to walk, to run. And we are now hoping that with this tariff review process, we can be able to see the baby now even flying and becoming the best water service provider in the country. So with the tariff agenda, I would like to mention that the most important thing about the tariff review is, as you've heard from the technical manager, this thing has not been able to change for the past 10 years. I would tell you, we have been pushing for the review of Kacwasco tariff, I think for all that time that I have been supporting Kacwasco through various donors. And I'm glad that we are here on this day. The biggest challenge is that we are having inflation happening in the country, and the water sector is not like maybe say the energy sector. Look at how KPLC is, for instance. Anytime we have a change in the fuel prices, the electricity tariff changes automatically. But unfortunately, when you look at what's happening in the water sector, we are also working from a social perspective. So the tariff is not changing, but then the needs are growing. The population is increasing. Devolution is here, and we're having so many people coming into the counties, actually moving into the counties to work, and they're expecting to have the same services that they were receiving in their uptown areas. And Kacwasco has done an incredible job so far to be able to meet these demands to this level. We can see digitalization of processes. We can see automation of processes. We are seeing a board that has been elected well. And again, I'm very proud to see that we're even having new board members who are female. Nelly, congratulations on the same amongst the rest. A lot of good things have happened in Kacwasco generally, and we have seen an improved performance to date. But moving forward, much as I support the tariff review to be able to meet on these gaps, as mentioned by Cheriot in the beginning, that we have the taxes, we have the tariffs, and we have the transfers. The tariff needs, again, to be cost reflective to the demands for the utility. On the perspective of the taxes, I think the county government is doing an incredible job. 700 million for a county that is considered to be having a lot of water itself is not a joke. That's a good thing. And I really like what the governor also indicated, that we are still not investing in enough. Just imagine, and still we have governments that feel like 170 million is a lot of money. So in terms of transfers, we are here for you. And I know the CEO can be able to also mention that we have been working with him on a lot of donor activities. And I would like to confirm to you that before the end of the year, a lot of donors are coming into Kacwasco from EU to the rest. I don't want to mention their names at the moment, but this is big, big, big money coming in terms of billions. Now, in terms of the issues that I would request for Kacwasco to look into, the first issue is on the issue of data. Last year, when you look at the impact report, I do not know what happened with the data at some point. I do not know how Kacwasco magically is now serving 200,000 people approximately, when this was the figures that we are having, I think, around 5 or 6 years ago. That is something that you need to work on. You need to get the data right. And from the data is then you can be able to actually plan on other things a little bit better. Then I would also request that we also work more on seeing how we can be able to have a whole unit that just focuses on business development agenda, how we can be able to now get into the area to the donors, how we can attract more donors to come in. I think Kisumu Water is doing a good job. It's an area that you can be able to maybe benchmark with them and see how you can get there. This sector is so capital intensive. Even this tariff review alone cannot be able to make you get there. The donors are also few, but they're available. Let's make ourselves ready for them and let us market ourselves for them. Then the issue of sanitation, there's a project that is also coming in. I will not mention the name of the donor yet, but they are coming in before the close of the year, and they are going to support the same. It's something that we have also been working on. I know the CEO is also aware. So with this, we are hoping to see how the sewerage coverage can improve, and we can really say that indeed Kakamega is getting to the level of a city. Then the policies, it's high time that you review the policies. I saw the strategic plan has been reviewed, but every department needs to review each and every policy that they have, because we are adapting the strategic plan activities at departmental level to move. It's not supposed to only be done at the board level. The board is going to support the supervision of the activities, but let's look into the same. Let's have a budget on the staff training. And the staff training, I'm talking about the low cadre staff, the ones who are the face of the company, the meter readers that the governor is not so pleased about, you know? So these ones that are on the ground, the water operators, these are the face of the company. Invest in them as much as the managers are also being invested on. I will stop there for now, because the rest of the team that knows me knows I can talk until the cows come home. But I would also say, as we are talking about design for delight, as the chair of the board has mentioned, probably let's also focus on the rural schemes that you have. Butere is doing an amazing job. So is Navaholo and which one else? And Muranda. But the one I'm also being served on, I think I'm on the same line with the chairman's mother-in-law, but I come from Mukumu. There is no water there at any given time until we request for the same. I do not know if it's the infrastructure or what, but we are willing to pay for water, and we are calling for the team there to also be willing to charge. Otherwise, I support the tariff review, and thank you very much. And we are together. Kindly maximize us. We are here for you. Kakamega is our county, and we're going to be spearheading its agenda wherever we are. We'll continue championing the same. And then lastly, I also wanted to mention that we have actually worked so hard and ensured that Kakamega Water Company is being featured in each and every International Water Week. The one the governor has mentioned on the World Water Week, something on the agenda activities was featured on it. And this is the type of championship that we want even for the other donors who are sitting in the meeting. Let's champion Kakamega Water Company as the water company of choice and the water company of investments. It is our company and we are obligated for the same. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Madam Euphrasia. I allowed her to talk because she has promised us a lot of money. And I know that money will come. Thank you so much. And now, quickly, please let's Beatrice and Chole kindly be so brief. We've sat here the whole morning. At least you guys are somewhere taking juice. Please, quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beatrice Mlobi, a resident of Kakamega County, Lurambi Sub-County. So far, I can say I greatly appreciate the efforts made by the Kacwasco company towards the supply of water to we, the customers and consumers. On the tariff review agenda, I greatly support and agree with it because I believe it will be toward the betterment and enhancement of better supply of water to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Chole, quickly. Oh, we've lost her.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me, Miss Mariga? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the chairman for directors, Kacwasco CEO, and protocol observed. Thank you so much. We are in support of the tariff. I've just heard about the D4D. We are behind to support our customers, and on the ground here, we shall do our level best, all our customers to receive water. We shall do expansions. We shall ensure the service delivery to our customers is up to date. We thank you so much and have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chole. Now we will quickly go to the panelists here, the panel here. So because of time, we may just need just 4 people to say something kindly. Okay. Number 1, number 2. My eyes are just 2. I can hardly see everywhere. What? Oh, number 3. Let's have those 3 first. And then if there's any energy, it's the team which will give us that permission, kindly. Can you use this? Let me just wait for you. Okay, number 1, quickly. And please don't talk so much because you talk a lot. Right now, we quickly.
My names are Alfred Mutsori. I come from Mumias town. I'm a consumer or a customer to the water supply. One, I want to appreciate the initiative that the team has taken to review the tariff. It will, from my angle, I see it as a way on how they will solicit money to improve the services. And by improving the services, we are assured of a better service water delivery. Two, out of the tariff, I'm hoping now that we have the CEO, he should slot in continuous training for the clients, because why clients are suffering more so, they at times fail to get prompt training. You need to get a slot out of the tariff adjustment so that you can be training the clients to avoid this issue of people not knowing exactly. You see, people suffer because of ignorance. They don't know what the water has. They don't know why they are paying for the water. So if they are just given a slight training, they'll pay in time and our company will grow bigger. With those few remarks, I say I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Asante sana. My name is Dr. Stephen Buluma, a lecturer at Masinde Muliro University and a consumer of your services. I don't know whether I'm standing here on behalf of Masinde Muliro. I want to deny that. I stand here as a consumer because the sentiments I'm going to give are purely mine. They don't represent Masinde Muliro. But I'm aware that Masinde Muliro is one of the largest consumers of your water. And I know, Mary and your team, you appreciate the fact that they are indeed a consumer, largest consumer in town. Mine is to appreciate the efforts that you people are doing. I came here on your invitation and I appreciate the fact that this is happening. I had never interacted with you people at all anywhere except when I received some calls. That improvement has come in. You have automated. I've been here for about 14 years and I know that we have made some moves, some improvement from the rogue officers who used to come and harass us to where we are now. We really appreciate. And we know as we move, as we grow as a company, as the county also has larger population, these challenges will always be there. And we acknowledge that every company, every organization has its own challenges. What we appreciate as a company, perhaps what we can recommend is you people do continuous quality management monitoring, evaluate your systems, do improvement every now and then. And then, of course, customer satisfaction surveys are very key. I don't know why you have inscripted one this week, being a customer satisfaction week. And religiously follow what you find out. Because most certainly, we have customers who are dissatisfied. And therefore, there could be no delight on their end. But I'm confident that now that you're walking this journey, it's a milestone, it's a key performance indicator, and as customers, we relate with you fully. We support this because at the end of the day, we need to be delightful, we need to be satisfied as customers, and in any case, you cannot grow without resources. So this is one of the avenues, perhaps a pathway, you can get some extra resources so that you can improve the service. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Because of time, let's have one agenda. The ladies in the house, please. Madam. Sorry. You know,
Thank you so much, Madam Mariga. And maybe I'll just want to echo the sentiments from the board chair, Professor Airo. He said that we increase the tariffs and request for the accountability. And maybe that is what I want to echo, that I actually proposed the tariffs review. And before I sit down, I have my colleague representing the Women Caucus in the County Assembly. Let her just say hi, and then we proceed.
Thank you so much. Okay. I'm Lucy Chogo, representing the Kakamega Women Caucus. You know, women are the ones who use a lot of water. I just want to, I've listened to all who have spoken before me. I want to echo the sentiments. As much as you are reviewing the tariff, I also want to request that you expand water up to the rural areas, like those of us who stay along the road, 100 meters, 300 meters, should be able to access water so that more women and more users are accessing the water. Otherwise, thank you. You give more women capacity building, as it has been said, and we would like the women caucus also to be invited to the same, because we know when the policies come to the assembly, we shall be there to participate and ensure that you are delivering the services required. Thank you once again.
For that. Now, I would like all of us to say something, but looking at our body language, actually, we cannot take any more. Do we agree on that? So I was suggesting, sir, maybe this might help us. If we have some very burning issue, why can't we post it on the wall? Yes? Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Now, let me ask for permission. Can we? Okay, thank you. Yeah, their vote is better than my word. Thank you. Karibu, sir. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, I would like just to thank the chair, the cabinet, the CC, and the CEO for this water company, what you have been able to present to us today. The KNCCI is a collaboration between, and it came up into the merger between the Asian business community, the African business community, and the European business community. We are in the Kakamega representing the many businesses that are operating in Kakamega. Last week, you remember we had a governor's meeting where the governor was the chief guest, and we gave him specific things that the county needs to work on in order to attract investors in this county. I'm very happy for the presentation that have been presented. And coming here, I'm a fellow in accountants. And you know, my governor is also a fellow in accountants. And there are things that are very key for a county to become competitive. Now, my brother and the CEO and the chair, who are my good friends, I'm in a support of review. But I'm not in support, unfortunately, of the number you have given. Hello? If I can give you an example, a person who is running a kiosk, running chips in Kakamega town, with the COVID rules, require around minimum 150 cubic meters of water. This guy, with this rate, that is 150 to 300 cubic meters of water. If you take the rate you have given, this guy's water bill as a small manufacturer is supposed to pay 63,000 shillings in a month. That's reasonable. I've also been looking at the regulator. Thank you very much for the presentation. Unfortunately, also I sit on the National Chamber of Commerce as one who looks at tariffs and rates. And I'm also in ISPAC, in the national office, to do with public policy. And the issue I want to raise you to this, you have just approved the rates for Laikipia. I've seen it. I've seen Laikipia on your website, rates. And if you go to those rates are far below our rates. You know, I'm giving you this information because after this, I represent the biggest, and when we approve as the chamber, chances is that you will succeed. If the chamber do not approve, and even the county assembly pass, you know very well, the minimum tax 1% proved that the citizen can go and petition the government when they have done wrong. So when we agree here something as the chamber, and I'm saying that I'm supporting it, the only thing that is there, when I looked at the cost model presented by your technocrat, the technical person, that cost model is wrong. And we need, as a chamber, to review that cost model to ensure that we come up rates that will be competitive. And as I'm ending, I want actually the company to think of. Remember, the biggest competitor of Kakamega company is spring water. Hello? So who are your competitors? And as you go into this, will you make water be more effective in the market? And that's why my FCPA, a former FCPA governor, was indicating that he is looking at your competition and in saying that you are not a monopoly, but you are competitors. So look at benchmarking. Benchmarking the rate, Nairobi rates. What is the Nairobi rate? I see they are far below. Look at Kiambu rate. I have them there. They are at least a bit low. And then I've seen Nyanyuki. They are a little bit low. So regulator, assist our need to say, review them, but review them this time. And I know my brother knows that I come from a Nini who is called Quakers, and Quakers say the truth all the time. So I'll tell you the truth today, madam. I know you are ignoring me, but don't ignore me next time. Thank you. No, and a light note. But I wanted just to tell you that we need to make this county a great country to attract investors and to ensure that we make a Nini. So, Waziri, I can work with you with the chamber so that we can come up with the rates that is reviewed, yes, but it can be supported by everyone. God bless you so much.
Wow. Yeah. Those are very good remarks. I was not ignoring you. I had looked at our body language and I felt like, no, we cannot take any more. So let's just give one more person, also our speaker, and then we shall call it a day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, the organizers of this particular meeting. And it will be wrong as an assembly, we go without uttering anything because we are the representative of the people. And quite a lot has been spoken. And I keenly listened to the presenters of today's meeting. One thing that I want to start with, first of all, as a speaker, you have to make a decision. One, I support the tariff review. That is point number one. I've listened also to my fellow accountant there. I'm an accountant also professionally, and I've been looking at the figures. And it is true anyway, it makes sense if at all what we want to pass today and what we are discussing today can be compared to other counties, even our neighboring counties, so that we come up with a figure that is going to be friendly universally. Because like what the water services represent, we've mentioned about 5 counties. We can look at the 5 counties that are neighboring Kakamega and see where are they and where are we. I'm in total agreement that we have actually to review the tariff and for the water company to work and give us the services that we need. We actually need to do something on the tariff upwards. Another issue that came up, which I'm totally support, is how do we improve, how do we reduce the losses? How do we reduce the pilferages? Because that is where we are losing. If at all, we can support the corporation, and the corporation, I think the heavy burden now lies on the corporation, on the water company, to move with speed so that they look at it. Where do they need our input also as an assembly? Where do they need the support of even the executive so that we can be able to tie the loose ends and bring the organization to profitability? It makes quite much sense because Kakamega town already has got a water network. Why don't we concentrate here and put more people on the grid? Then we get more revenue out of the people that have not been connected. True, I appreciate the sentiments of the chair being one person, the sub-county I come from is Malava, and the population there is also getting up very quickly. We appreciate the water ministry. There's the Kuvasali water project that is coming, but in terms of connectivity, there's quite little that has been done. It's also an area that is still virgin, so that we can also focus there and get more on the water grid, then we generate more revenue. Thank you so much. I wish to rest there my sentiments. Then I believe we are here for a cause that is going to serve the people that we represent, the people that you have come here to represent, so that our county prospers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Thank you so much. Now, as we end, I would like to invite one of our directors. We practice gender. I think we have listened to the male directors, and we also have female directors. On behalf of our female, I would like to invite Director Mary Kulundu to say something. Karibu sana, madam.
Our stakeholders, the management, the board, and all our invested guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. For me, this is our county. Nobody will come to build our county for us. We are proud and appreciate what has been done within our county. And as you've heard, we are a model county in the country. And leading in this aspect does not come for free. We have to have sacrifices to get excellence. For us, I look at what we are offering now, what the company is offering us now, the improvement on the tariffs as something that is going to propel the water sector in this country to a higher level. Many people who suffer from lack of water are mothers. I am a mother. And coming from Mumias, I know what good I have enjoyed because of the flow of the water in the taps. Let's give all the other members of the county an opportunity to enjoy the same. This is something that you cannot compare to anything. Water is life. And we have promised that we are going to deliver. Put us to task to see if we'll deliver. Because water is life. Let every member of Kakamega County enjoy this. That's all I can say. Thank you.
I would like to invite our CEO to respond to some of your concerns. And as I said, more concerns, you will put them online and we shall respond. So I'll invite our CEO, Engineer Abdikadir, to respond to some of your concerns. I know most of you wanted to say something, but because of time, I hope you understand. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Mary. These are basically comments, so I'll just brush through them. There are no questions meant for any specific person here. So the first one is Aprecia. She commended us for the good work we are doing and the progress so far. She advised us to invest in the low-level staff, which I think is something to consider, especially for trainings. The second one is Beatrice. Beatrice supported the initiative. Alfred Misoi from Mumias, they recommended that we have more customer service or customer-friendly issues, or we interact more with our consumers. lecturer Masinda Muliro University. Encourage us on continuous improvement and customer satisfaction. I think there's one ongoing customer satisfaction survey is in the process. Then there's something to do with the tariff model. Probably WASREB will address that. But the tariff model we use is the one used across the country, and that is from WASREB. It's not from the company at all. And it's competitive. If you look at the country, as per WASREB ranking, companies are ranked differently. We have very large companies like Nairobi, like Eldoret, like Kakamega, and we have large companies, and we have small companies. So there are different categories. So we can't compare Kakamega water and Vihiga water. The model is quite clear. I think probably they will brush through it. So the tariff model is what is used. That's okay. And then there was a tariff study done. The tariff study was carried out on the socio-economic issues in the county. More than around 10% of our consumers were able to answer to our questionnaires on the ability to pay, on the satisfaction level. All these issues are addressed there, and most of them were uploaded on our website for our consumers to go through them. So we can't go through all the comments because there are all online comments, there are many of them. So I think now, before we close, before I give to my chair to invite CC to close, I think we'll go through the process of approval. Or we give to, I'll give to WASREB to guide us on the tariff model and some of the queries asked before we finalize.
I think the CEO basically have addressed the issues raised, but I want to address the issue that the chair KNCCI raised and what the speaker raised. We agree that there's need definitely to benchmark with other water service providers, but as you benchmark, the approach to setting the tariff is that you match the cost of service with revenues. So it's good to appreciate the context in which those utilities operate. I think the first thing I want to raise or bring out is the, you brought out the case of Laikipia, and I think the utility is Nanyuki. If you look at Nanyuki in terms of access levels, in terms of coverage, they are almost at 95%. Kacwasco is below 60. So it's still the same thing that we were saying in the morning. Do you want to support expansion of service? If you do, then there is need to appreciate the context you're in. The other key thing is the current system. You're getting water from Nandi. That system was constructed through a loan from KfW. I think to mention is that even with the current rates that we have given, we have not factored the total cost of that loan. We have only factored 50%. So if you are to pay the full cost of enjoying that system, the rate would be much higher. Yeah. So I think as we look at benchmarking, and I agree there's need for benchmarking, benchmark like for like, and appreciate the context in which utilities operate. I think that would be my response to that. But I think before we close, I know a number of us have said, given their comments, but I want to see by show of hands, for record purposes, how many of us support the proposed changes by Kacwasco with respect to the tariff increase. Na mjue hiyo inaenda kwa mtandao So tuone vizuri, we need to take a record so that when I appear before the board of WASREB, I can convince them that so many of us consented. Thank you very much. I think we have seen it. We will move forward to the next steps. Thank you very much, CEO.
So before we give our able chairman to give his remarks, I want to now do it officially. Who proposes that we should go ahead with this review? Tariff review. Any volunteer? Okay, sir, kindly tell us your name and say whether you support. Okay, and who seconds? Let's have maybe even you can have gender. Okay, anybody can second. Who seconds? Okay, fine. Tell us your name, please. We really thank God for all of your support. I now want to invite our chair to give his remarks. Then we'll have one vote of thanks from our consumers, and then we'll call it a day. Thank you.
I think mine is to, on behalf of Kacwasco, to thank all of you. But I want us to, as I listened what has gone on here today, I always ask myself, what am I to learn from this? And I would like to trace my experience from the education sector. When free secondary education came, and I mentor many schools in this country, our people in Western Province literally took it that it was free education. So what happened? Kapsabet Boys, which is a government African school like Kakamega High School, overtook Kakamega High School. And today, Kapsabet Boys is the best school in the country. Kenya High School, and I can quote this without flashing an eye, the daughter of our Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, was a student there. And during my mentoring sessions, the Deputy President would come and sit at the back there. Compare Kenya High and Butere Girls. There is something very serious we have to learn. Until we learn to carry our burden, we shall always be left behind. I've called the technical manager and asked, is that computation right? Are we really going to ask people to pay rent, rates of 63,000 a month? And I've asked him to submit a report to me. Just to take this, my conscience is troubling me. It is not possible. And the Luya nation, and I know there are other tribes here, but let me be selfish. We must ask ourselves hard questions. As we become victims of free, whatever it is, we are being left behind. Today, Kakamega County stands strong because of the strong leadership of the governor here. Yes. If Oparanya was not strong, I'm sure even our assemblies would be in tatters. I stay in Lukuyani, but my father was buried in Vihiga. It's a shame when you go to Vihiga County. Leadership calls for sacrifice. So as a chair of Kacwasco, I cannot see my people suffering. The county government is constrained financially, and we want to expand the networks. Can we get these tariff rates and then we expand water to our people. Otherwise, we are saying we remain in the same spot. This, when you go home, read Genesis 25, 19 to 34. Genesis 25, 19 to 34. Protecting our future. It's not about today. We are protecting our future. The people of Nandi County give us water. By the way, that is their natural resource. They don't have to give it to us. Tomorrow, they will say, no, we want you to pay. That project, I know we have a very big loan on it. These are the realities we have to face. So many people give little thought to the long-term consequences of their choices. As a result, they can sacrifice future blessings for the sake of present pleasures. And this is nothing new. There's nothing new about this, because even in the Old Testament, we know it. Swayed by his immediate needs and desires, Esau failed to value the privilege of his birthright. You know that in those days, the eldest son received a double portion of the inheritance from his father, along with the leadership of the family. But in this particular situation, there was much more at stake. The birthright contained blessings of the covenant of God made with Abraham. Esau didn't care enough about his spiritual heritage, so he thoughtlessly sold it for a meal. The governor of tomorrow will not be Oparanya. Oparanya is looking for a higher national office. How will Kacwasco sustain itself? We have a birthright. God has given us an advantage as a county. Let us not sell that birthright. So my plea to all of you, we have passed this. Let us have the spirit of saying we want Kakamega to move. And I'm asking the stakeholders to ask of us, to demand of us more accountability for the funds that we shall accrue from this tariff. That is my plea. That is my prayer. We are on a serious mission insofar as water provision is concerned for our country, for our county. Thank you, and God bless you. Waziri, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for those very positive comments, and they are awakening, by the way. You know, sometimes we don't say the truth. Nakaa tunaongea na kuweka mafuta juu. It's telling us we must just face the lion in the room, not even the elephant. And that is the danger that we must overcome. I think he has given much. I will not take nor add on much myself. Number one, I want to appreciate everyone who came. It is a learning curve for all of us, because some of us have been in this game. Just seeing because they are used to this kind of situation and study, but it is helping us as a county and as the company itself. I appreciate everyone. In the morning, I said I was very close to the WASREP when I was in the Ministry of Water, where I worked for about 16 years. I forgot to recognize my director. Director Andrew Makoha, when I joined the service as a young graduate from the university, he was a deputy director and he welcomed me into Nairobi. I'm so grateful for director. I want to recognize Madam Mary. Mary was my boss in the treasury. She was heading a unit under the Prime Minister's office. And I worked also under her with a different department. I appreciate it. Those are people I've worked under. And the professor, before he came to the water company, people never knew he had been in the county. He was the chairman of CBEF. CBEF is a county budget economic forum. It's an ingredient in the budget, actually, in the Constitution of Kenya. If you read, there is that provision where we have an economic forum which is appointed to oversee the economic activities of the county. In the first term of His Excellency, he was our chairman. When I was CEC Finance, we worked with him very closely. That time, the structures were not very good. Sometimes, you know, when structures are not very good, and Mr. Lumbas, you will agree with me, when they are not yet there, your directors complain to me because they want this, you know, but we worked well with him, and I thank him. We have a long history with Professor beyond there. Let me leave it to at the county level, but we have worked beyond there. I knew him long time. I want to thank everyone who came and appreciate, and the WASREP team. It is a sacrifice, but it's a road we have to walk on, and we thank God that we have reached here. I want to thank the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce Kakamega branch through the chairman. He is a Quaker man. For those who know Quakers, who Quake, the serious Quaker man, the ones who don't swear by the Bible or the Quran. They only swear because they believe their word should be their word. We look at those factors which you have outlined. We are not ignoring them. Now, you know also very well what will I call it? They say the majority do what, and the minority also listen to them. You give the way to the majority, but because he has raised pertinent questions which the chairman has asked, is it true that a small business person will be paying, you know, we have to look at them. And that is an area I think Chairman Bwanakibisu will have to look at. For the board members, we are so grateful for your support. Finally, the MCS. It is led by our Deputy Speaker, an old-time friend. Oh, I never mentioned it. This is an old-time friend. We have worked with him elsewhere, not in the county. A very old-time friend. When he came now, he was najua akiwa ukienda CEC kwa assembly mpaka uende umenyenyekea. Sasa ile maneno nilikuwa nasema Mr. Kasaya, can you see me in my office, imekwisha. Wewe unaenda huko saa. Kasaya, mheshimiwa, I'm so grateful, and the team which was here, those who are still here, I've seen two, I think the rest have left. They have given us support in this engagement. Even just to get to the level we got to change the name, we had to go through a nearly hurried thing, which we could not afford to delay, because every minute was counting, and we said we must change this entity from a corporation to a company. It was very critical that we do that, and we had been put on the high end. Say, if you don't do this, the consequences are this, and you know very well how it goes. The consequences can be very catastrophic in terms of the activities. Of course, the ministry, I want to thank it, and particularly the director, who is my chief officer. We want to work well, Bwana CEO and chairman. We are in this thing all together. And Bwana CEO, you will agree with me that I've given it the best shot I can. We came with them in Nairobi when they were coming to present this, and this is one of the which tells you how key it is. We had a meeting, and I was very hesitant because our governor doesn't usually allow people to travel outside the county. When I went to tell them, he said, for the tariff, you must go. Okay? He gave the okay, and we traveled with them. I want to thank him and the whole board members. I think it's long we have been here, and most people have to travel. I want to declare this meeting officially closed. If there is, there was a vote of thanks. Yeah, the person to pray. Yeah. No, don't do it. Do an extra.
Okay, let's all stand up. Heavenly Father, we are so grateful. Indeed, it is because of your grace that we started with you, and now we're ending with you. Thank you so much for all that we have been able to deliberate on, Lord. Father, as we go and share a meal together, we want to pray that, Lord, you bless it. And those, Lord, who are traveling, even those who are traveling out of the county, we pray for journey mercies. We commit our county in your hands, our management, our company, and all our consumers. We say thank you. May your holy name be glorified. For we pray through Christ our Savior's name. Amen. Thank you so much. there's lunch.